एक सेकंड दो मेरे को। हो गया सर।
Are you sure?
एक बार चेक कर लो सब।
I know what's keeping you up at night. You have a credit card.
Is it live now?
Yeah, it is live.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So should I start again?
So I think now we should start.
So I should go up once again. Every day is a great day to celebrate the amazing women in your life.
Sir is joining. He has joined. Yeah, now you can start.
A pleasant good morning to all. Every day is a great day to celebrate the amazing women in your life. But International Women's Day gives you an extra reason to just do that. Wishing all the fierce and powerful women out there a very happy International Women's Day. When you educate a man, you educate an individual. But when you educate a woman, you educate a generation. The feminine gender has faced discrimination for ages, but with the changing times, women became more local about their needs and wishes. From enjoying a privilege to be educated, it became a right, and several women in our country proved their mettle. Education became one of the most crucial aspects in leading a successful life. It not only made us independent, but also increased our awareness about leading the life of our dreams. Here's to strong women. May we know them, may we be them, may we raise them. Now, I would request Ms. Resham Girdhar to move on with the event.
Thank you, Ms. Manjari. A very good morning to everyone present here today. I'm Resham Girdhar, and today on my day, the International Women's Day, it is my honor to introduce to you all the man of the hour, known for his passion for justice and law for liberty, Justice Iqbal Ahmed Ansari. Sir, starting from being the president of Deshmukh Lions Club, to the life member of Indian Institute of Public Administration, to the district and sessions judge at Karimganj, Dibrugarh and Nagaon, to then becoming the Registrar General of Guwahati High Court, all in his 1990s. Further, being elevated to the bench of Guwahati High Court in 2002, having served as Executive Chairman of State Legal Services Authority in Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland. Later, in 2013, upon his transfer from Guwahati High Court, he joined the Patna High Court, where he retired as the Honorable Chief Justice on October 29, 2016. Honorable Justice Iqbal Ahmed Ansari, currently serving as the Chairperson of Punjab State Human Rights Commission. His due diligence of his duties as a judge and an unflinching expression of his thoughts on law, politics, and democracy makes his work and his cases speak for him. Justice Ansari has set his own benchmarks and is role model for all the law students. We welcome you, sir, to today's webinar.
Thank you.
The second guest we have here with us, with around 35 years of experience of imparting legal knowledge and training to senior officials, we have with us Professor Jyotsna Yagnik. Ma'am is the former principal judge of the City Civil Courts, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, and has also been the former principal of Law College and former director of Yagnik Law Academy. She has been the mastermind, if I say so myself, behind preparing our future lawyers, jurists, and law authors. It is her staunch belief that traditional learning by our gurus is that Midas touch, which is irreplaceable by digital learning. She is the mentor of the School of Law and Justice at Adamas University, Kolkata. Happy Women's Day, ma'am, and I welcome you to today's webinar. Also, we have today here with us Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra, an international scholar in foreign policy, human rights, and disability studies. He has pursued his LLM and PhD and has received the Media Award in Innovative Education 2017. He has presented various papers in international and national seminars, has organized various national conferences throughout his career. He has been frequently invited as a resource person for legal studies in the field of political science and human rights. We have here with us our very own advocate Sanjay K Chadha sir, the founding managing partner of the firm BSK Legal. With an experience of 25 years in the legal profession and an alumni of the Campus Law Center, Faculty of Law, DU, sir is a prominent contributor to the news and print media. He's regularly featured in newspaper columns and TV interviews, imparting knowledge to young minds via his online internships, numerous informative webinars. We have always idolized him. I welcome all the guest speakers today, and I would like to start the debate, starting with Sanjay sir, introducing our guests.
Thank you very much, Resham. And from core of my heart, I welcome you, Honorable Mr. Justice Iqbal Ahmed Ansari Sahab, Jyotsna ji, my very dear friend Vipin ji. We have Vidya Dare ma'am from Bharati Vidyapeeth Pune. We have Sonika ma'am, Gogoi ma'am from a prestigious institute. I welcome all of you. Now, without taking much of time, I would request my dear friend Vipin K. Malhotra ji to welcome our esteemed guest, Honorable Justice Iqbal Ahmed Ansari ji, and also welcome Jyotsna Yagnik ji. Thereafter, I would be requesting Ma'am Yagnik to speak for a while, and then our keynote speaker, Honorable Justice, will speak.
Very good morning to all of you. First of all, let me thank my revered friend, Advocate Sanjay Chadha ji, to jointly organize this event. And rather jointly, I would say he has made most of the efforts. And on behalf of the whole fraternity of Aurobindo College and BSK Legal, I welcome Honorable Justice Iqbal Ansari ji, who has been always the champion of protecting the human rights from the core of his heart. Jyotsna Yagnik ji, she blended in herself the academic as well as the judicial faculties. And on this occasion of International Women's Day, I just want to say that it is not just a matter of celebration, as we all understand, because it is not just like a Mother's Day, Father's Day, or Valentine's Day. The International Women's Day has a checkered history of the atrocities committed by humanity at large on our fair gender. You know, it is not, this event is not, you know, occasionalized by the most people because we have to say something good about women, or we have to, you know, honor them. The International Women's Day talks of the long checkered history of women, of their struggle for rights which were not granted to them till the modern age. Even now, most of the countries are there which have not granted them the basic rights, especially the Middle East countries, the West Asian countries, and African countries, where even on papers, they have not been granted the basic rights. So it is a day of not celebration, I would say. It is a day of struggle, which constantly women have, embarked upon. They have fought for the very basic rights, right to food and shelter, right to property, right to have their, own right over their body, their mind, their soul, and even literatures have been available where the most of the academicians have blandished them as just Plato used to say, women do not have any soul. And Freud used to say women do not have any sexual orientation. So, this is the day where we must join our hands with women that, yes, we are not celebrating this day. We are joining you for a larger struggle and time to come where we have to change the mindset of people. So I will not stand between you and our Honorable Justice Iqbal Ansari ji, who has a lot more to say about this day and about women. Jyotsna Yagnik ji, I once again welcome you from the bottom of my heart that you had spared your precious moments to make this event a success. Thank you.
So kind of you. Thank you, Vipin ji. Now I would request Ma'am Jyotsna ji to speak for a while, and then we will take our keynote speaker, Honorable Justice Ansari.
Honorable Mr. Justice Ansari, my esteemed friend Mr. Chadha, Dr. Vipin, other lovely ladies who were seen so active today, which made me feel very, very proud for women's strength and ability today. Today, this Women Day particularly is aimed to discuss women in leadership. How women be successful in leadership. The right of befitting women after getting appropriate education, having proper capacity, having leadership qualities at times are suffering, are victimized only for the reason that they belong to fairer sex. And I think this is something which on today needs to be focused for the reason that this is the day which has a main theme of women in leadership. I was just searching before 2 days. Today, not more than 24% of the women are enjoying good position. Population is 50%, and the position which has been occupied, which can be termed to be reasonably well, is only 24%. I would connect the right to make career, the right to be successful in the career, with the right of human rights. For the reason that 1993 Act specifies the meaning of human right or the definition of the human right to be right which is connected with life, dignity, equity, equality, and liberty. So this is the right which is connected with dignity of women. And women will always have to enter into great struggle to establish themselves. The picture is improving day by day, of course, that should be fairly admitted. That should be fairly said that it is improving day by day. Number of women in judiciary, number of women in advocacy, number of women in law teaching is very nicely increasing, and more particularly in law learning. Women are in some of the universities more than boys. That I think is a very happy sign. But all those women who are learning law are able to shape or make their career? The answer is plainly no. There are only some who have some background, who have some push, who have someone to encourage. Only those are getting success. And in my opinion, that is something matter of worry. If we want women to be successful in leadership position, not only XYZ, not only women alone, not only their parent alone, not only their guardians, not only their well-wisher, but entire society will have to rise to the occasion. Unless entire society, not only at this country, at a global level, unless rise to the occasion, I don't see the dawn where there can be golden ray of calling to have achieved human right of shaping and making career for the women. So many rights are there. I have to speak about human right. I am also very aware and eager to listen to Honorable Mr. Justice Ansari. Listening to him, whom is always a feast, and I'm eager to listen to him like all other members in the audience are. I would like to conclude saying that women right of many components of the society, women, prisoners, accused, laborers, so on and so forth. We have to put into great struggles. We have to put into great awareness exercises to ensure that all those who are oppressed and suppressed, all those who are given secondary position in the social life needs to be encouraged by us. And on this nice day, we have to take a decision, take a call, not only for youth, but for everyone, that we'll have to do and everything by which women in general are more and more shown in the leadership position. Because it is the leadership position which gives you ample opportunity to make an organization. It gives you an ample opportunity to give a different color to the societal aspects of seeing the women. And I think if that is done, the day is not far when we can say that human right has been truly interpreted in a true spirit by ensuring equality, dignity, life, and liberty. If that is done, over and above that, the definition also says that all those rights which are recognized in Constitution of India, all those rights which have been ensured by international convention and covenants are all a package which will know as human right. But since this entire day is Women Day, I'm focusing on leadership. I'm thankful to Mr. Chadha, BSK, for joining with Adamas, and also happy to know many other people, Sri Aurobindo College and many more. I'm also thankful to Honorable Mr. Justice Ansari to have given his ears to me. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The way you explained everything. A law student, a female law student myself, I'm truly even more motivated now. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request Honorable Justice Iqbal Ahmed Ansari, sir, to enlighten us on today's topic.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chadha, the pivot around which this program revolves, Dr. Yagnik, whom we have just heard and have heard earlier also, Dr. Vipin Malhotra, a name of his own, and the authorities of the university, the TAD University, his students, the participants here, ladies and gentlemen. Someone has correctly said that educate a woman and you educate a generation. More than 100 years ago, George Bernard Shaw said, law is equal for all of us, but we are not equal before the law. There is one law for the rich, another for the poor, one for the strong, another for the weak. I wish he had added one law for the man and another for the woman. Ladies and gentlemen, human rights, to begin with, is not something new. This right has not flowed to us from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations, or by the Constitution of India, or by the enactment of the Prevention of Human Rights Act. Because to my mind, human rights has been in existence, recognized as such or not, since time immemorial. Imagine a situation when we were struggling for the independence of our country from the shackles of British slavery. Was there no violation of human rights? So had human rights been new, then we would say there was no violation of human rights. But recognized or not recognized, human rights were still there. Imagine a situation of the days when perhaps human beings did not even know how to clad themselves. And somebody wanted to forcibly have sex with a woman. Could she have resisted? If we are believers in human rights, then we will say yes. Even then she had a right to resist. Whether she would have succeeded or not succeeded is a different matter. Meaning thereby that human right is something which came into existence with the humanity itself. And that's why it is called the right with which a person, male or female, is born to enjoy his or her life with dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, laws keep changing depending upon the situation of the society. Can anybody imagine today that there was a time when the United States Supreme Court had upheld the constitutionality of slavery? That means a man can make another man his slave was upheld as a constitutionally valid right. Do we see it today? We don't. It does not mean that it did not exist. There was a time when it did exist. And every society in that sense prepares itself for the kind of vagaries of life or the adversities which one will have to face in life. Let us assume a person, forget about the fact that it is only male who commits violation of human rights of a female. Supposing there is a single mother, she has a limited income, she has two issues. One is a male, the other is a female. Right from the birth, the treatment which these two will receive would be different from each other, advertently or even inadvertently. If you have a milk in the house, it will go to the boy first and not to the girl first. That's the reality of life. If you have education to give, one will tend to give better education to the male child than the female child. Not because the person looking after the children is a male, she may even a female. That's the need of the society. And it is so unfortunate today that a woman was subjected to rape, and one of the Human Rights Commission in India said that this is not violation of her human rights. I wonder, can we say now, when we are coming to 2021, that rape is not an offense against human rights? Anything which takes away the dignity of a woman is a violation of her human rights. But we prepare. And it is for this reason, because there is a discrimination between the two, that when a woman is subjected to molestation and rape, it is a stigma which is attached to the female and not to the male. Because people start raising their accusing finger against the female, not the male. And faults are tried to be found as to what was wrong with the woman. Was she provocatively dressed? Was she provocatively moving? So on and so forth. Very little blame or no blame is put on the man. That means the victim here becomes sufferer. It's a double injury. The accused has already caused an injury, and the society is also assaulting her and causing injury. Now, in UK, definition of rape by and large is when a man has sex with a woman when a man has unlawfully sex with a woman without her consent or against her will. The question in England arose that whether, in the light of this definition, a husband can be held responsible for the committing rape on his wife. The court said that this word unlawful cannot be read within the institution of marriage, because by marriage a woman surrenders to the man or her husband. But a time came after the feminist movement started in England and Europe that when the same question arose, the court this time said that gone are those days when men and women were not equal. Today they are equal partners in the institution of marriage, and therefore this word unlawful cannot be read outside the institution of marriage. And if the word unlawful is read within the institution of marriage, then the meaning will be that even if it is the husband who has forcibly sex with the woman who was his wife, it will amount to rape. So you will see that the definition has not changed. The concept of the society has changed. The perception of the society has changed. The way of looking of the society has changed, and therefore the definition, though remains the same, meaning has changed. We are yet to cross that milestone, because the day we recognize marital rape, perhaps we will recognize that when a rape is committed on a woman, it is not the woman who has to be treated with this as a stigmatic person. It's not her fault. It's the fault of the other, because if the husband can be held accountable for committing rape on his wife if he has sex forcibly with her, then you can't stigmatize the wife. And if you don't stigmatize the wife, then ordinarily when this kind of an offense will take place, you will not do it. But for this sensitivity in the society is very, very essential. I recall we as judges were undergoing a training in UK. There was one professor, Professor Joanna. She had the practice of coming to the class and to start the class with some question formulated. So when she used to give the questions to us, all of us had an answer to give. One day she came and circulated a questionnaire. We read the question. We reread the question. Believe me, we were unable to look at each other. We were feeling so embarrassed how to look at our own companions who are also judges, male and female both. So when a group of people become silent, time passes with great difficulty. So half a minute passed into 1 minute, 1 minute into 2, and 3-4 minutes when it passed. Then she asked us, what's wrong with all of you? Till yesterday when I put one question, there used to be 10 answers. Now I have put one of the simplest questions to you, and you are unable to answer that question. We did not know what to tell her. The question was, please tell your partner, that means the person with whom I was in the group, your last sexual escapade that you have with your spouse. The question was too simple. But for us to answer was too difficult because it called for telling your partner, what did you do with your spouse? So we remained silent. And then she told that you are all educated, experienced persons. If you have such difficulty or so great difficulty in answering such a simple question, imagine the situation where a woman is brought before you as a victim of rape or sexual assault, and she is asked to describe how the offense took place. And she said, ladies and gentlemen, describing rape in the court is as difficult and painful as the rape itself. Believe me, it shook every one of us in the group, because it was at that moment that we realized what pain we must be causing to the woman by asking her to describe how the sexual assault or rape took place. And it was then that I realized that the research which had been published by a very eminent feminist organization of those days in India by the name of Shakshi, I don't know whether that organization still exists or not. They had published their research work in the form of a booklet under the name of Gender and Judges. And they had referred to a case where a woman had said that the way I was treated in the court, I felt worse than the act of rape on me, because the rape took place within the confines of the room, whereas in the court I was being subjected to the same pain and suffering in the glare of the public. And it was those days, ladies and gentlemen, when we did not have any kind of protection for women when they appeared as a victim of sexual assault. And even today, I don't know what is the situation precisely now, because our code of criminal procedure is also very peculiar in this sense that they have tried to overcome the situation by saying that the accused shall not be able to see the victim. Little realize that demeanor forms a part of evidence in law. So if I don't see the victim when she gives evidence, how do I assess and appreciate her evidence? But in the more advanced countries, particularly the minors of sexual assault, they don't appear in the court. They are made to sit in front of a TV. There's a TV in front of the judge. There's a TV in front of the prosecutor. There's a TV in front of the defense. There's a TV in front of the accused. There's a TV in front of the jurors, everyone. And it is the judge who controls the proceeding. And there you ask, the woman is visible on the TV screen. So her demeanor, whether she is making up a story or she is telling the truth, you can see and judge the demeanor. That advantage we don't have here. It makes the woman appear in the court. And that aura of the court, knowing that whoever is present in the court is looking at her, hearing at her story, that embarrassment is too painful for the woman, which we don't even realize. This is again violation of our human rights. Because momentarily, even in judiciary, we take away that right, without realizing that we are really infringing or taking away the dignity of the woman. This is something very, very serious. That does not mean whatever is there in India is bad. And whatever happens in the West is very good. No doubt, we are not as developed as the Western society. But the situation may be more advancement of the society causes greater pain to women. I'll give you one example of rape itself. I happen to be a witness to a trial of a gang rape of about 6-7 girls by equal number of boys. This trial was in Birmingham. The defense of the accused was that these girls were consenting parties. They used to have sex with the boy, but on that particular day, aunt of one of the girls appeared to come home and they converted a consensual sex into rape. This was the defense. So we heard the barrister asking the girl, one of the girls on the TV, the name of the accused was Nathan. Is it not a fact that you had sex in the past with defendant Nathan? And the girl replied by saying, yes, I had. Did you use condom? She says, yes. Then the question was, what was the make of the condom? Then it went, what was the color of the condom? Then it went, what was the, essence of the condom? We were horrified and shocked. In India, we don't have this kind of cross-examination. But when you grant the liberty to a woman, minor child also to have sex, and it causes no offense, because if she gives her consent, In India, we have statutory rape in the sense that below a particular prescribed age, even if someone has sex with a girl with the consent, it will amount to rape. This concept of statutory rape is not in the West, with the result the minor is free to be subjected to such cross-examination as may be deemed fit by the accused. So we are basically largely devoting ourselves only on rape because it's a Women's Day and it's such an offense which everybody perhaps realizes the pain and suffering what we have. The society as a whole, we have made or we have gained several strides in the improvement of the situation. There was a time when there was no protection for a woman from sexual harassment at workplace. Today, thanks to the Vishaka's case, we have protection available to the women at this place of work. So there are developments and positive developments. But at the same time, we also have, as Dr. Yagnik said, the time for a struggle, and Dr. Malhotra also was saying that it is a time for a struggle. The struggle still continues, and the struggle is to make the people understand the difference between sex and gender. Unfortunately, we mix sex with gender, which is not correct. Sex is a biological difference between man and woman. Gender is the stereotype notion about a man or a woman, that when a woman has to be chaste, she has to be dressed in such a way that no part of her body is visible. These are the notions which the society has, and anybody who happens to breach this is supposed to have violated the norms of the society. Imagine as a judge or a magistrate, you are sitting in a case where a woman has accused the husband of subjecting her to cruelty. You find the woman is very provocatively dressed. She is answering the question very boldly. Then you start wondering as a judge, my God, this is the way she talks in the court. God knows how she must be talking in the bedroom. You have not subjected the woman to cross-examination yourself, but you have already formed an opinion about her. To that extent, the woman stands at a disadvantageous position. And this is what we have to realize, that advertently or inadvertently, at every passing moment, we are causing some kind of injury to the dignity of a woman. And the time has come when all of us will have to realize that a woman is a human being. Her rights are as much as that of a man. Whatever rights are available to a man, whether that of equality of job opportunity, what Dr. Yagnik has tried to point out, or any other thing. I don't know how many of you know that the Spanish flu, because the Spanish flu is very much in discussion nowadays on account of COVID-19. The larger number of victims were women because they were malnourished. Secondly, they were the ones whom we call today, that means they were the nurses, and that's what we call as the front services for that epidemic or pandemic. I think I have We are coming quite close to the time, in the sense that it is 10:20 and there may be some question, etc. I will therefore not take your time any further and conclude by saying that it has been a great pleasure and honor, and I must say privilege, to be here. And I am indebted to our senior advocate, Mr. Chadha, for being so kind to me and inviting me to share my views and thoughts with all of you. Thank you very much.
Sir, it is our privilege, I would say, whenever, and you've been so kind always to give us the access, I must say, and you allow us, and you have always accepted my invitation. I'm so indebted for that, Lordship. That is one thing. Second is that it is, your charisma, the way you speak is really great. And, I would say, as if Gagar mein Sagar, you have concised the entire issue in such a small time which has been given to you, sir. I'm so thankful to you once again from core of my heart. And I would request Risham, if there is any question to Honorable Justice Ansari, so please ask.
The way in which Sir has just explained all the atrocities that we as women face, and other women who have been accused with such crimes have faced. So a very important thing that you mentioned was the behavior of the women inside the court, which we won't be able to see if she's sitting behind
Ma'am, I
a
would request
screen.
you to join so that 11:30 we have to start. Oh, sorry, sir.
I would like to rephrase my question, sir. One important thing that you mentioned is that when a female accuses another person, when she is the victim in a situation and she's sitting behind a TV or a computer or behind a camera for that matter, the emotions that she's feeling, her behavior, the expressions, the body language that she has, it's very difficult to observe all of that, which is a very important role, which plays a very important role in taking out justice, in determining what actually happened at the crime scene.
That's why if she is visible on the camera, you see everything. But the Indian law says that the accused should not be able to see. This is the new development. Earlier it was not there. The amendment which has been made a few years back in the CRPC, that said that the accused should not be able to see, because the presence of the accused itself at sometimes it is intimidating to the woman who has become a victim of sexual assault. That's why the law has given this protection, but without realizing that it is causing prejudice to the accused.
Absolutely, sir. So my question then again was, so how difficult it will be now for you as a judge if you want to maybe characterize her or put her into some character and form an opinion about her. How will you able to do it behind just guessing from her voice, not being able to see her? How difficult would it be?
That's what I am saying is it causes miscarriage of justice. Whether it causes or not is a different thing, but the possibility of causing of miscarriage of justice is very high. And that is where perhaps the law needs to be relooked.
All right.
This protection is for the woman, or the one thing that the aura of the court should not affect, because she becomes very uncomfortable. Obviously, anyone would be, even if I'm a male and I'm subjected, supposing some homosexual person has some act with another person and he comes as a victim, even he may find it very difficult to give evidence. It is not for one particular, only for women and not for men. If you same sexes, then in that event, maybe even a male will feel very uncomfortable to describe what he has undergone. But The need of the hour is that the victim must be made to appear on the TV so that she does not see anyone.
Absolutely.
She only hears the voice. So aura of the court does not affect her. Presence of anyone in the court will not affect her. But at the same time, no prejudice is caused to the accused because the accused can see her. And her demeanor can be noticed.
All right, sir. So it is, and I pose this question to Jyotsna ma'am as well. It's often noticed that the most difficult case in which justice is to be sought is where the argument is between right and right rather than right and wrong, where both the parties are somewhat right, but at the same time, to an extent, they are wrong. So you want me to elaborate on the same?
No.
Little bit if you can.
Okay. In a situation where both the parties, according to them, according to their mental capacity, are right and consider themselves to be in coordination with law, then what outcome, how justice is given, and how tough that situation is?
See,
See.
With the permission of Justice Ansari,
Yes.
I may say then Justice Ansari may add or alter or amend even. What I wanted to say, what you said is that right according to the party. Now, the perception of party is not important. The party can represent that, but judge has to search out the truth. So the whole exercise of any criminal trial or any justice delivery system is to search the truth. So while unearthing truth, I will not look to his perception. I will look to the perception which has been carved out in accordance with law. So law is in center. So I'll do justice with the law of the land, with the settled position of the law, whatever the settled positions are there for waging or for appreciating of the evidence. So his or her perception could be their perception, but whether judge has subscribed that perception, if according to law, if according to settled principles of law, if that is worth subscribing, then I will see to it that it is reflected in justice. Otherwise, one's own perception is not something. Of course, in their arguments, in their representation, only that will come. But from that, as a judge, I will have to search the truth. That's what my humble understanding is, my lord.
If Mr. Sanjay permits, then I will answer the question, but it may exceed.
Yeah, we want to hear you, sir, on this. We want to hear you, and we want to hear you on this also, sir.
This reminds me of a case, but before I refer to the case, let me tell you, responding to Dr. Yagnik's comments and question. You see, the right of cross-examination of an accused is a very important tool which has been given to the accused, and it forms an integral part of the justice delivery system. So in order to have effective cross-examination of a victim, he must be able to see the demeanor and the body language of the victim. It is not enough that the judge is seeing the victim and her body language or demeanor. It is also the accused, because it is my right. I must know how she is conducting herself in the court. To that extent, there is a strong possibility of miscarriage of justice. Now, as far as the partly Dr. Yagnik question and partly what Ms.
Resham, sir.
Resham is saying is, this reminds me, there was a foreigner female. She came to India and became a very close friend of another male. They were good friends, so they used to visit each other, because the right which Resham was talking, and of course, partly Dr. Yagnik has also talked. One day, she came to the flat of the accused. There she had a few drinks, etc. And late hours of the night, she came down by the elevator, asked the guard to get her a cab or an auto rickshaw. An auto rickshaw was brought. She went straight to the police station and made an accusation of rape having been committed on her by this boy. So police immediately moved because she was a foreigner. They came to the flat of the accused. The bedsheet and the wearing apparels of the accused were examined and found to contain semen, which was a sign that they had sex. The question which fell for consideration was whether it was consensual sex or it was rape. Because the boy said that we used to have in the past kiss each other and even at times touch each other. And there was no problem at all she had with me. On that occasion, when also he was advancing, the girl had said, no. So it is, he says that it is, my perception was, as you are saying, perception, my perception was that it is out of modesty that she is saying no. She doesn't really mean no, right? And the lawyer for the accused very interestingly said that Shakespeare has said that when a woman says no, it means yes. Now, in such a situation, ultimately the boy was convicted. That's not the issue. But we carried out this exercise in the National Judicial Academy for the judicial officers. And what we found was surprising, that 46% of the judges went for conviction of the accused, whereas 54% judges went for acquittal of the accused. That's a very dangerous situation. That means if I happen to be tried in the court of Mr. X, he's a very kind man, I will be acquitted. And if I happen to be put in the court of a person B as a judge, is very strict, so I will be convicted. So justice cannot be a lottery as to in whose court I am being tried. So there has to be consistency in the judicial pronouncement and treatment. That is where the perception comes. And what should be our perception? How do we determine whether there was consent or no consent? The only way to determine is that our constitution talks of liberty, and the liberty does not admit of the fact that if somebody says no, it will mean no. Or zor se nahi bola, dhakka nahi diya. These are not the questions. Once a woman says no to me under the constitution, it will mean no. And once it is no, there is no question of treating it or assuming that it is yes. That's how one has to go. Some fundamental have to be found, and that fundamental has to be, in our case, the Constitution of India or the law, which may be available at that point of time on a given subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a great honor for all of us and my listeners. And I wanted to convey to you that we have got the maximum number of people who have joined ever in the history of whatever webinars we've been doing, smaller efforts. The largest number is there today. I'm so thankful to all of you. And great thanks to Honorable Justice Iqbal Ahmed Ansari. And thank you very much for your inaugural address. We all are really enlightened. So many good things, and it is हिंदी में कहते हैं कि मन नहीं कर रहा आपको कहने के लिए कि आप जाइए, but we have a time constraint, sir. And I'm so deeply obliged once again to you, sir, for taking out your precious time and coming here. Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for answering all our queries. And
now I would request Manya, because Veena ji is there. Thank you very much, sir, once again. Respected Veena ji, Professor Veena is there. Yeah, she is there. We are really fortunate, Professor Veena, we are fortunate that Honorable Justice Ansari is also there today. And he has initiated, inaugurated. Dr. Jyotsna Yagnik is there. So I would request Manya to take charge of the session.
Thank you so much, sir. A very good morning to one and all present here. I am Manya and I am the moderator for today's session. Today, on the occasion of Women's Day, we have the privilege to host the dynamic personalities of our time. One among them is Veena Sikri ji. Veena Sikri ji's career and experience straddle the worlds of academia and diplomacy. As a career diplomat from 1971 to 2008, she has been India's High Commissioner to Bangladesh and Malaysia, India's Consul General in Hong Kong, as well as the Director General of Indian Council for Cultural Relations, New Delhi. She has held the challenging and prestigious assignments at the Indian embassies in Moscow, Kathmandu, and Paris, and at the permanent mission of India to the United Nations in New York, where she represented India in the United Nations Security Council and at the summit meetings of the Non-Aligned Movement. After retiring from government, Veena Sikri ji joined academia in 2009 as a professor at Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi. She was concurrently visiting senior research fellow with the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies, Singapore. Her work at the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies resulted in a book, India and Malaysia, Intertwined Strands. She has co-edited together with Professor Dubey and Professor Imtiaz Ahmed the volume on contemporizing Tagore and the world. In 2016, as a chairperson of ICCR Audit Committee, Veena Sikri ji prepared a comprehensive report on India's soft power projection through cultural diplomacy. She is currently working on a book titled Geopolitics of Bangladesh. Veena Sikri ji is the founder, trustee, and the convener of SWAN, South Asian Women's Network, launched in March 2009 at Jamia Millia Islamia. SWAN has its unique focus on gender empowerment as the key to sustainable economic growth, social development, and environmental sustainability in South Asia. SWAN brings together women leaders from 9 South Asian countries: Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Professor Veena Sikri ji is the Vice Chairperson of the South Asian Foundation, a secular, non-profit and non-political organization with 8 autonomous chapters across South Asia. Veena Sikri ji would be dealing with the topic, Women of South Asia, Partners in Development. I welcome you, Veena Sikri ji.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Honorable Chadha for inviting me to this. And I'd like to really appreciate Honorable Justice Iqbal Ahmed Ansari for his wonderful presentation and for his presence amidst us today. Well, on the subject Women of South Asia, Partners in Development, let me dwell briefly on my own experience, and then I will come to the work that I have been doing for 10 years, more than 10 years now, on Women of South Asia. I'm a career diplomat by profession, by training. I'm an economist, and I spent about 37 years as a career diplomat. In the year when I joined, 1971, you'll be surprised to know that there were several issues concerning women's rights, even in the Foreign Service. Although, you know, India had taken the remarkable decision of giving universal franchise to all at the time of independence, and we had very dynamic and active civil service. The UPSC exam recruited people. But for the Foreign Service, there were some anomalies which were there. For example, a married woman could not join the Foreign Service. So I remember that when I was about to join and I was also planning to get married, my colleague said, look, you better wait, first join and then get married. So the first thing I did on joining was to look at this and say, why is this regulation there? And then when I wanted to get married, there was another regulation which said that a woman officer had to apply for permission to get married. But a male officer just had to inform about wanting to get married. So that was another regulation that we took up and fought against and so on. And then when we went on our first assignment abroad, we found that for husband and wife posted in the same mission abroad, there was an anomaly in the allowances given. They were unequal. So the female partner was not given a much lower allowance. Whereas in India, if officers from any other civil service were posted in the same city or town, they were given equal allowances. There were 2 DNS allowances given. So this was another long inequitous procedure that we had to follow. It took many years, almost a decade. But over these years and taking up all these issues, today it's a very equal, equitable ground level for women. And I think that it's an excellent career, and I would encourage a lot of women to try for this, to the UPSC exam. And I must say that in the Foreign Service, at least, the number of women joining has been going up. And in some years, it even touched 30%, though I would say it should go up even more, and there should be a greater equality and greater interest, and there should be greater concern given for ensuring that there is equal treatment and no iniquitous treatment is given to women in the service. I have always been very passionately interested in India's neighborhood in South Asia. And my last assignment was as High Commissioner to Bangladesh. Earlier, I was posted in Nepal. I have worked on South Asian conferences, the SAARC conferences. I have also done a lot of work on this when I was posted in the mission to the UN in New York. In South Asia, I was amazed to see that individually women are strong. For example, it's remarkable that in South Asia, you have a situation where women have reached the highest pinnacle of political power. In India, in Sri Lanka, in Nepal, in Bangladesh, in Pakistan, and other countries of South Asia, women have reached the highest: president, prime minister, speaker of the house. So this is absolutely a great achievement. It shows that the women of South Asia are individually strong and have shown on repeated occasions their ability to fight and overcome all difficulties and reach the top. But at the same time, also in South Asia, from living in other countries, from observing in my own country, from traveling around India in many parts, you come across and you do see that as a group, the women of South Asia are tremendously, shall I say, unequal, tremendously burdened, overburdened, tremendously weak as a group. They face all kinds of inequalities and inequities. And so I think the idea came to my mind, and when I left, retired from the Foreign Service and joined Jamia Millia Islamia as a professor, I decided to take up these issues. And that is when I created this group, the South Asia Women's Network. And when we look at the South Asia women, we had our first conference in Jamia Millia Islamia in 2009. And that is where the idea was that the women of South Asia would come together to be partners in development. And why partners in development? Because 2 reasons. Firstly, that without economic development, the women of South Asia really will continue in their present very difficult situation, very unequal situation, and they it will be very difficult for them to overcome their problems. So development, economic growth and development is necessary. But at the same time, this process of development cannot take place until you bring women into it on an equal level and give them the leadership, the agency, and the voice to look after and overcome their own difficulties and progress. So, for example, we have, as all of you know, about the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Sustainable Development Goals have been adopted by the UN. They are supposed to be achieved by the year 2030. What progress is there in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals? What is it that we have? What is it that we have done? On this? what is our hope of achieving these goals? I think every time that this group, SWAN, South Asia Women's Network, has looked at the goals of sustainable development, whether it is in the area of nutrition, whether it is in the area of education, whether it is in the area of environment, everywhere we have found that one of the factors holding back the progress and development of women is this issue of women's equality. Now, when we look at this issue of women's equality in the issue of development, we do see that many countries have very good laws. I would say even in India, our laws, our rules and regulations, I spoke to my own experience, we have been able to overcome. We have achieved very good, equality and in the laws. But what is it that holds back in the actual implementation? Because in the actual implementation, we do see a big problem. And that is a mindset issue. I was really interested to see what Honorable Justice Ansari said about, the difficulties that are there in meeting the legal challenges that face women in many of the cases. But we in SWAN went, rather behind the whole issue. Why is it? Why does gender violence take place? Why is it that there is harassment against women? Why is it that, say issues like nutrition, malnutrition are prevalent? Why? Because we found that there's a mindset issue that prevents women from achieving that equal place in society. A woman may be working, she may be having a very high position in government, in private sector. When she comes home and shuts the door, she's back in that same patriarchal mindset environment, which gives her a fixed place, that these are your duties. All the unpaid women's work, all the unpaid work in the house is the women's responsibility. Looking after the children and the elderly is the women's responsibility. It's fine. I think women welcome this responsibility, but you need a shared approach. You need equality in meeting these responsibilities. And in our group, in South Asia Women's Network, when we looked at the issue of women's harassment and gender violence against women, it was amazing. In one of our member countries, Sri Lanka, there was a survey done. Why is it taking place? Because in Sri Lanka, you have high rate of literacy, you have education among women, you have women's equality in seeking jobs, but still the level of gender harassment, violence against women is very high. The result of the survey was amazing because they found in the first place that this kind of harassment and violence against women is taking place among the comparatively young people. The perpetrators are between the age of 15 and 49. But the second most amazing result was that when you ask the people, why did you do it? When you ask the perpetrator of the violence, many of them were never caught or punished, but still you knew they were. So in the survey, they were asked. And their response was, because we can. It's a mindset issue. They think it's part of their rights and heritage, and they can do what they want in this regard. So this mindset issue is the one that we have been fighting against in the South Asia Women's Network. We want to create an equal mindset for girls and for boys among the women of South Asia, among the society of South Asia, because it is society as a whole that is responsible for the mindset. Women and men equally are fighting together for this mindset. So how are mindsets created? We looked at it and we came up with 2 or 3 different issues. Why is this mindset against women in this negative way? One is within the family. Within the family, what is the mindset about women? Is it a mindset that favors equality between the boy child and the girl child? Is it a mindset that immediately favors favoritism for the boy child and not for the girl child? In the family, it's a question of the value system to disseminate. What you talk on the dinner table, children are listening to you. What is the mindset you're conveying to the next generation? So this is one very important aspect. The second aspect we found is the mindset through the education system. What do you learn about respect for women through the educational system? All the examples given in your textbooks, whatever you talked about in school, what happens in the playing field, all these. So the education system plays a very big role in it. That's the second problem. The third problem we found that the media plays a very big role in creating mindset about women. How do you depict women in the advertising sector? How do you report about violence against women? How do you report about rape? How do you report the many court cases that Honorable Justice Ansari spoke about? How do you report them? Is it reported in a way that promotes equality of approach, or is it reported in the wrong kind of way? So this is the third aspect, and these are the three aspects that we are working on in the South Asia Women's Network to see how we can overcome them. For example, the third one I spoke to you about media. We have done a 5-year research project for all the 9 countries of South Asia. The names were just given to you. They include all the SARC members and Myanmar. We did a 5-year research survey on women in media, the status of women in media in South Asia. What is it like? What is it that the women in media working in media field? What is it that the reporting about women is through the media? And what is it that the advertising sector does to about the portrayal of women, and what this portrayal conveys? What is the mindset created through this portrayal? And we've published our report exactly 1 year ago. It was in fact released on Women's Day last year by Honorable Union Minister Smriti Irani, and it's there on our website, the website of the South Asia Women's Network. And it really shows the difficulties that these 3 aspects of the women, what are the women face through the media: working women in the media, what is reported about women through the media, and the advertising sector, the portrayal of women through the media. All these aspects are very important in changing the mindset about women. And this is one very big aspect of the work that we still need to take up. It is this mindset that is creating a problem for women in achieving their rightful place in society, in achieving the equality that is actually promised to them through the law. The laws are good, they're equitable, there are minor discrepancies I told you about in my own case, and they have been overcome. And they are all now looked at in a very positive way. But still we need to look at these issues of mindset to make sure that they work. For example, let us look at this issue of malnutrition among children. You know that when we look at achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and we look at a country like India, that we have a largely young population. The vast majority of our people, 60% and more, are below the age of 35. Now, what happens to the younger generation is vital. But then at the same time, we find that in countries like India and other countries of South Asia, you have the largest number of malnutritioned children in the world. Now, this is a real tragedy because according to the WHO, if you don't look at malnutrition in the first 2 years of a child's life, from point of conception to the next 1,000 days, as they call it, that child is going to be permanently disabled, mentally or physically, in contributing to physically and intellectually to his role in society, his or her role in society. So malnutrition is vital. But at the same time, we found that the survey revealed in India just a few weeks ago, maybe 4 to 6 weeks ago, there was a national family health survey which was revealed, which showed that, well, many parameters in health are going up, are improving in India, but malnutrition among children is still a major issue, and the indicators are going down. So we, in our group, South Asia Women's Network, we have said that please give women the agency, give them the leadership to look after this issue, malnutrition among children. It is women in the family who are responsible for feeding the children, for looking after the children. They should be made aware. They should be made the central nodal point for improving the malnutrition among the children, whether it is through the panchayat, whether it is through the health workers. Make women the center and the focus of your efforts in overcoming these problems. So this is the other aspect that we are looking at in great detail when we look at the responsibility for children. And I would like to say that through these efforts, we find amazingly that throughout South Asia, the problems are the same. Why is it that this is happening? Why is it that children are being born with malnutrition problems? There is one social practice throughout South Asia, which is amazing, which is that women eat last in the family. They make the food, they serve the food to everybody, and then they eat. Now, while in an urban environment, this is okay, in a well-off family environment, you can be fairly sure that, yes, there will be enough food left for the woman of the family. But in a rural environment, in an environment of poverty, in urban slums, it is not so. And you know that in many cases, the woman really lands up eating very little. She may be expecting a baby, she may be feeding a baby, but she is not able to ensure her own nutrition. so that she may look after the others in the family. Now, this is a very unfair situation, and this is a situation which is really created by a mindset. And we need to fight to overcome this mindset and to overcome this difficulty that faces the women of South Asia. So we have determined through our work in the South Asia Women's Network that we will look after these issues of mindset in the area of education, for example, in the area of environment. We all talk about environment, and we know that in India we have this tremendous Swachh Bharat mission, and it has achieved tremendous progress in bringing an end to open defecation and in making women aware of this issue. I would say that this is another area of sanitation where women need to be given the leadership, because if women are determined and agree that yes, this is the way to go, this is the hygiene we have to achieve, they will then give these values and information and knowledge to the next generation, and it'll be much easier. So this is basically my message. I know that I'm supposed to speak for no more than about 20 minutes. So I will stop at this point and then tell you much more about it in response to the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was really very enlightening, and how you started. You know, I'm so impressed, ma'am, the way you began, how you joined the Indian Foreign Services, and how the entire life has changed, I must say, and how now IFS lady officers can join, and all that you discussed. And the wonderful thing was how your organization is certainly doing too good, and that's my salute to you first of all, and great work, wonderful work you are doing. I remember last year our minister Smriti Irani ji has inaugurated your the annual report. So you are I think a stalwart of your own field. We welcome you from core of our heart. There's no doubt about it, and I'm extremely thankful to you for taking out time. But we will not leave you like this. There are a lot of questions for you which will come, but we are today also very honored to have a distinguished guest, Vidya ji. I would like Manya to please introduce her. And she is our guest of honor for this session, ma'am. And she is also a dedicated scholar, law scholar, and she has, her imprints can be seen. Thousands of students she has taught. We welcome you also, ma'am. I would request Manya ji to please introduce honorable guest of honor.
Now we have Vidya Vasant Rao Dhire. Vidya Vasant Rao Dhire is an academician based in Pune. She is presently working at Bharatiya Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune, as a senior professor and teaches sociology and other subjects of law. She is designated as the academic coordinator for the undergraduate program, BBA LLB, in the institution, and as the director of cultural affairs. She also guides students pursuing LLM in completion of their dissertations. She has completed her post-graduation in sociology from the University of Pune and master's in philosophy from Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth, Pune. Pursuing her passion for law, Dr. Vidya ji completed her LLB, LLM and doctorate from Bharatiya Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College. In addition to this, she has published her articles in international journals and journals indexed in Scopus and UGC Care. She has also participated in academic conferences, webinars, and presented research papers. She has taken a keen interest towards examining the effectiveness of social welfare-related laws, and in furtherance of the same, she has also successfully completed a UGC-funded minor research project titled Implementation of Senior Citizenship Act, a Socio-Legal Survey in Maharashtra. Dr. Vidya ji would be speaking on the topic Status of Women, the Journey Towards Equality, Overcoming the Social Evil of Cruelty. I welcome you, ma'am, on behalf of BSK Legal.
Thank you, Manya. I'm really good morning to one and all. A very happy Women's Day to all of us. First, I would like to thank Sanjay Chadha, sir, Advocate Supreme Court, and the founder of BSK Legal for giving me this opportunity to share this platform with the eminent personality in law, academics, social workers, and film actors. So we have gathered here on this virtual platform to celebrate the International Women's Day. a global day celebrating the social, economic, cultural, political achievements of women. The day also marks a call to action for accelerating gender parity. Before going into it, Dr. Vipin Malhotra said, it is not the day for celebration, but for participation. I like his idea that just celebrating will not do. Participating is equally important. And our Professor Veena Sikri has covered most of the part. I'm very honored to hear Honorable Justice Iqbal Ansari sir too, who has shared all his experience, a keynote speaker. So before I browse into this matter, what our previous speaker had talked about was the theme of International Women's Day. Last year, the theme was Justice of Women, the journey towards equality, overcoming those, the theme was I am Generation Equality, realizing women's rights. So the emerging global census is that despite some progress, real change has been distressingly slow for the majority of women and girls in the world. I think before we go into the word equality, we have to really look into the matter. Exactly what do we need? Equality means what? Equality has to be blended with equity and human rights, I think. I think in order to achieve equality, first we should have equity and we should treat each human being as human. The cruel treatment faced by women is one of the hindrances to consider her as human. But then what is equity? Equity means providing person as per his or her requirement. So there is a difference between equity and equality and the reality that exists in our society. For example, if I give you an example, if people of unequal heights want to see a cricket match over a heighted fence, they cannot see it because there is a fence. The person should be provided with elevator. Now this elevated platform should be according to their height, but if we provide them with equal height, the shortest one will be unable to see it. He cannot see across, he cannot enjoy the cricket match. Similarly, women should be treated with human dignity and provided according to their requirement only. Only then we can see equality will follow. This is true about men also. How many of them have contributed and participated in the upbringing of their children? They wish to, but cannot due to burden of and expectations by the society. But the problem faced by women is different slightly than men because she is also fighting the war of human dignity which she has to achieve. So along with that, we need equity as well as equality. Law provides us equality. The reservation policy of the government gives us equity. But in reality, is the social mentality which does not allow it for us to implement it. So we have to change the social mentality, which is very important. So I have done, as she was, Manya was talking about, the research on old age people. And I saw that even the legal aid implementation, that legal literacy does not mean, legally means if you are literate, it does not mean that you are legally literate. Even the downtrodden women, I have done a survey and I have come to the conclusion that those women are more legally literate than the educated women. So mentality, social mentality of the middle class and the higher class is coming in the way of implementation of all these rules and regulations that we have formed. So today, not a single country can claim to have achieved gender equality. Multiple obstacles remain unchanged in law and in culture. But women and girls continue to be undervalued. They work more, earn less, have fewer choices. So the material culture which is dominating in contemporary society has its reflection on the relationship between men and women, particularly in matrimonial relations. Marriage, which was considered as union of the two souls, two families, today we see that it is looked upon as business ties. Yeah, the relations are commercialized now. Demand of dowry, directly or indirectly, has increased. But this has also increase the rate of dowry death, which we have seen. So the Indian women face tremendous suffering, brutality, and other forms of cruelty against them. There are many laws. One of the law which was framed to eradicate this cruelty was introduction of Section 498A of IPC to curb the social evil of cruelty faced by women at the hands of a husband and his relatives. Now, the important thing is that this word cruelty is widely expressed in this we all know. The term has recognized wide enough to comprehend within its sphere various forms of cruelty, including mental cruelty. But there is no straitjacket formula to determine cruelty. Its existence is subjective, as what might be cruel to one category might not be the same to other. So owing to the creeping in of personal views of judicial officers, there have been multiple instances where perpetrators have been set free, and also instances where accused were convicted on the basis of minor matrimonial disruption. A single act of cruelty can be brought under the ambit of various different sections like 304B or 306 of IPC. As a consequence, the term is said to cause mischief. Now, due to this broad application of the word, it is difficult to judge or interpret the act that falls under it. Even the educated people practice it. So, only formulation of law is not enough. We need more social awareness. That's what I want to say. And women should be in a position to say no to certain things when she doesn't want it. So women are accused for registering false complaint also. Now, yesterday only I read in a newspaper where a woman claimed that her husband did not place her photo on her DP. Now it amounts to cruelty. It was in the newspaper, local newspaper. Now, because of this funny kind of, placing a DP of his choice, it should be his choice, not her choice. But one can interpret cruelty in so wider way. I don't have to tell you all the examples that are there. I have come across many, but it was yesterday that this was. But because of these examples, many times due to this minor example of such kind, men cry wolf. What men say? That there is no cruelty. It is all rubbish. Women are taking revenge. So they say that, therefore, such kind of a false complaint should not be entertained by the court. She has to prove, or else you have to give her punishment if she gives a complaint of, if she complains falsely. So a deterrent punishment should be given to women if she is, complaining falsely. So misuse of section, if any, yes, I agree. There will be few only. But as Bentham has said, that law should bring maximum happiness to maximum number of people. If there are maximum number of women suffering from it, then we have to look into that matter and do not see the minor things which I gave you the example. Should not be the basis of giving justice to women. So matrimonial dispute all over the world are dealt under civil law. It is only in India where a criminal provision is also provided along with the civil law. Yeah, so we can see the gravity of injustice a woman is facing today. So women have proved themselves in every field, at workplace, at home, but she cannot overcome the stigma of being weaker section even today. She is still a weaker section. The Constitution of India has given equal rights to men and women, but socially she has yet to attain it. This year, we have got the theme of Women's Day is Women in Leadership, as our Professor Veena Sikri has talked about. The theme is leadership. So achieving an equal future in COVID-19 world celebrates the tremendous efforts by women and girls around the world in shaping a more equal future and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and highlights the gap that remains. When women lead, we see positive results. Some of the most efficient and exemplary responses to COVID-19 pandemic was led by women. And women, especially young women, are at the forefront of diverse and inclusive movements online and on the street for social justice, climate change, and equality in all parts of the world. Yet, women under 30 are less than 1% of the parliamentarian worldwide. Women are also at the forefront of the battle of COVID-19 as frontline and health sector workers, as scientists, doctors, caregivers, but they are paid 11% less globally than their male counterparts. This is why this year, International Women's Day is a rallying cry for generation equality to act for an equal future for all. The crisis highlighted both centrally of their contribution and the disproportionate burdens that women carry. Women leaders and women organizations have demonstrated the skills, knowledge, network to effectively lead COVID-19 response and recovery efforts. While they have worked tirelessly on the field, sometimes even without basic personal protective equipment, they have had to cope up with additional responsibility at home front. Lockdown also meant no household help, no daycare facilities, and no school, thus adding to the unending list of responsibility and multitasking shouldered by women successfully. So women leaders have also been more compassionate and connected better with the masses. So COVID-19 pandemic is one of the biggest disruption of our times, but this will help to increase the participation of women in multiple forums without burdening them with guilt of spending time away from home and families. It will also provide greater opportunities for them to upgrade their skills and in turn help in career enhancement. If used correctly, the disruption caused by COVID-19 pandemic may accelerate the race for gender parity and a more equal society. So this theme is the extension of previous year theme, where they see pandemic as a blessing in disguise. Thus, the journey towards equality continues. I'll end up here because I was given 10 minutes. I hope I have contributed in the status of women up here, means enhancement. Thank you.
So grateful to you, ma'am. And very wonderfully, I could see Justice Ansari is giving his own, time to us. We are really honored. Sir.
Yes. Really honored.
Vidyaji, you have really spoken very well. And the theme of the event, theme worldwide, you have very rightly caught. Now I would request Manya to continue.
It is indeed an honor. Ansari sir is still with us. Firstly, I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Veena ji. She has been incredible, and especially her efforts towards women empowerment and in particular gender empowerment has been brilliant, especially coming in India. And she has elaborated and researched extensively on the field of gender empowerment. Ma'am, if you may permit, I would like to ask certain questions that have come from the audience. Ma'am, you have to switch on your audio.
Yes, go ahead, yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So first question that we have is, ma'am, do you think that women holding strong positions in the government, like in the past we had Mrs. Indira Gandhi ji and others, impact the legislative decision-making processes in India particularly, or even in South Asia?
Well, thank you. That's an interesting question because I know that this year the theme is on leadership. And certainly what you've said is that when women do achieve leadership positions, does it help? But in fact, I think in South Asia, that's where I began and that's how my group started. What we have found is that although women have reached these leadership positions, it has not impacted enough or not impacted adequately on women at the grassroots level. So in my view, leadership is important. Leadership is necessary maybe, but not a sufficient condition for equality of women. In fact, sometimes in many corporate situations, even in the West, where women reach leadership positions and CEO positions in companies, the condition of the working condition of women at lower levels remains unchanged, or with very little change. So actually, I think that the most important point in this regard is once again the mindset. And here I come to an aspect that I didn't dwell upon enough when I spoke, which is the question of bringing men on board. This mindset change that I talk about is a mindset for women and men. It's not just a mindset only for women. This is a social issue. This is not a women's issue. I do not believe very much in, overtly feminist expressions of women's equality, because I think the real issue is to carry society along. We are looking at an evolution in opinions, not a revolution. We are looking at bringing men on board. And for example, that is why I bring so much focus on the education aspect. Because unless through the education system, primary school, secondary school, tertiary school, college, that is where the mindsets are made up. And if you cannot change the mindset of men and women at that stage, it is very difficult to change it in later life. So whether a woman as a mother-in-law, first she may suffer as a daughter-in-law, but when she becomes a mother-in-law, what happens? Does she change her mindset? Does it impact what she does? Similarly, with the young boys, if they are growing up with a sense of entitlement, will it change when they reach leadership positions? Not necessarily. So that is why the real work has to be done at the grassroots level, and bringing men on board. That is going to bring the biggest change. And certainly, to briefly answer the point that you made, I think women should carry with them the awareness of their own experience when they reach a leadership position. They must implement and carry out and overcome all the difficulties that they themselves face, so that future generations do not have to face it. It doesn't happen all the time, but this is what the effort should be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The question was so well answered. Indeed, the audience would be delighted to hear the answer. Secondly, there is a question with respect to education. Ma'am, you have pondered upon the aspect that education is a very pivotal role when we are developing someone's personality. So with respect to that, what educational changes should be there at home, at the grassroots level, so that men as well as women, when they grow up, can be able to adjust to the levels of the society so that they can evolve from the old patriarchal notions?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a very good question. We, in fact, in our group, SWAN, we even did a survey of textbooks. So what do textbooks, whether a mathematics textbook or a science textbook or a social values, social studies textbook, what do they convey about women? Is this question about respect for women, equality of women, equality of all people? I mean, we're not talking of just women and men, we're talking of all people in society. You may be poor, you may be rich, but you must respect everybody equally. This aspect has to be taught through the textbooks. We did a survey, for example, and very often we find that the social examples given in textbook favor the male. For example, in mathematics, when you're giving an example, you're saying, okay, what is this subject? So you're cutting the vegetables. It's always a woman showing cutting vegetables. If it's playing outside, playing hockey or football or cricket, it is the boy child or it is the man. If it's, going to war in the army, it's a man. These are kind of ingrained mindsets that come in through very simple things like examples quoted in textbooks. So, the references to women as the weaker sex. So this kind of mindset must not be created through the education system. They must be eschewed. They must be in complete equality, or rather there must be a positive acclamation of the need for respect for women and the need for gender equality at all levels. That is one. Secondly, in the family, I mentioned that when I spoke briefly, value systems through the family, how you discriminate between the boy child and the girl child, the preference for a boy child. We know that there's a question of female infanticide, female feticide, and all these terrible things going on at the rural areas. And this is where we have to focus our efforts, because there is no point talking about leadership when at the grassroots level, you're facing increasing amount of female feticide and female infanticide. In some instances now we do see that in the urban cities, the rate is going down, and we have strong programs like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, which is having an impact. Money is given when the girl child is born to help the education of the girl child. All these are having an impact, but value systems must still be there to show that it is the education, the equal education you give to the boy child and the girl child that makes all the difference. It is not necessarily just whether a person is a boy or a girl. So these have to come from the parents. They have to feel this. They have to feel this, and they have to convey this to their children, that you are all equal and you will all get equal in question of food, in question of nutrition. Will you going to give your boy child the same as the girl child? All this has to come from within. And again, has to be done among the men and the women. So this is very important. Textbooks, education, and family all have to go together. But here again, the issue of the media I'd like to bring in, because advertising makes a huge impact. And if you have advertising, I've seen myself some advertising on television, which is totally unacceptable for the rights of women, totally, giving ideas that which are incorrect. So we have to work simultaneously on all these fronts.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was indeed a pleasure to hear you once again. One more question that we have from the audience is with respect to sanitation. So there have been issues where men are repulsed by being talked, when women or even in the media, sanitation issues are being raised. So how shall we inculcate them in the male counterparts in this process of ensuring that sanitation is being available to every person from the grassroots levels to the highermost?
I think this is an important issue, because that social factor that you mentioned is very important in overcoming the mental, being upset and dealing with sanitation. I think the issue of COVID and pandemic has brought this issue of hygiene to the fore. So I think we have to look at sanitation now in the post-pandemic issue. I hope we are able to call it a post-pandemic situation. But now we have to look at sanitation from the point of view of hygiene, and say that if you don't take care of sanitation, you will always fall ill, and you will be opening yourself to diseases, including, of course, COVID-19, but many other diseases as well. And we have seen that in the COVID pandemic approach, this question of washing your hands, of sanitizing your hands, of sanitizing whatever comes into the house, all that is playing a very big role, and people are appreciating this. It's becoming second nature. So I think this aspect should be built into the sanitation drive, that we have to look at sanitation. Of course, it's an issue that is very important for the hygiene, for the health of children, for the health of adults. And because it is so important, it must be tackled by all. It's not something, women should take the leadership, because I think women, are very good they look after the sanitation in their home and so on. So I think women should take the leadership in this. I still believe in that. But the message should be for all. The participation in the program should be for all. It doesn't mean that because the woman is a leader, that only women are going to be involved in this sanitation issue. It has to involve everybody, but women can certainly take leadership role in issues like sanitation and hygiene, in issues like malnutrition, where women have been traditionally there. And I think that sanitation is another issue where, we look at this whole issue of women's unpaid work. The mindset among most parts of society is that, oh, sanitation, this is part of women's work. We don't have to involve ourselves in it. And, malnutrition, oh, this is women's work. They're cooking the food. Now, this is wrong, because if you consider that an issue is important, you must be involved in it fully. And if you're considering that woman is doing it, where is the question of compensating her for that? Women's unpaid work should be recognized, should be included in the GDP, and some form of compensation should be given just for the woman who is doing the majority of the unpaid work. In fact, in the villages, it's the woman who's working in the field and also in the home. So she's looking after the cattle, she's looking after the field, she's looking after the children. This kind of thing, that saying that woman is doing everything but still being given a secondary status in society, this is completely unfair. I think, for example, sometimes even the laws that are adopted, like the Triple Talaq bill, they're not being implemented because the women are still facing the difficulties in that regard. So I think all this, the mindset of men, changing the mindset of men is equally important, and we have to all work together on it.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking up the questions, and that too with such wonderful responses. Thank you so much once again. Now we would be moving towards Vidya, ma'am. There are certain questions that are from the audiences that I would like to take. Vidya, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
So, ma'am, the first question that we had from the audiences was that Do you think the way the concept of literacy is being defined in India is not in consonance with the true notion of education?
Okay. No, I don't think so. See, literacy and education. Education is a broader concept. Literacy is confined to the words that you read, write, and literacy. So that is different. Education, you can get education from everybody. Even a cheaty can teach you. So education is a broader concept. And what she was talking, madam was talking before, Veena madam, the next generation, the attitude. I can experience this from my son, who is in 8th standard now. One of my relatives, they were talking, now your mother cannot do all the household work. You have to get married soon. So then he asked me, Mama, do we have to get married to work in the house? She is my wife. Why she will work? And that was the day I felt satisfied that through my, dealing day to day with my child, he is understanding that the woman is a human being. So that was just I wanted to share with what madam had said. Yes.
And the second question that we have from the audiences is, marriage as a social institution has undergone changes, as you have mentioned in your session as well. Do you
Yes.
think is in relation, or is in consonance, or is it keeping in time, whether I should say, is it in time with the law? Whether it is in consonance with the law, whether the changes in the marriage institution and the various laws related to women, are they in relation to the present times?
See, first of all, marriage is a personal issue. And all these laws which are there, they are all personal law. So whether to marry or not to marry, you cannot direct two people to get married and have interactive relationship with them. So in consolence means now we have got a live-in relationship, which is a call of the day, because we are so engrossed. We don't want responsibility, but we have to enjoy. That is psychological need of every person, isn't it? We cannot develop physically as well as mentally without having, because sex desires are basics to every human being. So then this live-in relationship concept has, I think, might have come out of this, because no responsibility, but have that and have a career enhancement. So what law is talking about, we don't have law of live-in relationship. Of course, we are interpreting whatever the judgment that are being given by Supreme Court. We don't have still law relating to it. But whether there is law or no law, I think marriage is totally a personal and social issue. So society, but law has in consonance. Up till now, it is in consonance. So there is no against social norm, because they are the extended form. What law is, the extended form of social happenings. I mean, what is there in society.
Thank you, ma'am. And the last question that we have for you is, equity is still a distant dream. Do you agree with the statement?
Yes, absolutely. I gave you the example in my this thing, that over the fence, if you want to see, if you are of different height, according to your height, you need that support, isn't it? So I cannot claim for equality without having equity. And having equity is equivalent to human rights. As a human being, I have got that right to choose, to decide. So that should be granted to all. I'm not saying that it is deprived to women also. It is deprived to men as well. Don't you think that men also want to upbring their child according to his wishes? But can he do that? If he is cooking, are we allowing him to cook in the house? The stigma that we attach to him. So now it is our time now, new generation, that we should accept that men are human beings, women too are human beings, and we should treat each other equally, because if we grant equity, equality will follow automatically. Yes, Manya, I cannot hear you. You're muted.
Various women issues that we have today.
I did not get you. You were muted.
Oh, so thank you so much, ma'am.
Ah,
For the
okay.
wonderful responses that you have given to the questions. And today we had two beautiful women who had explained beautifully and so nicely the women issues that we are dealing in the present times. Last but not the least, now we have Sanjay Chadha sir. We have with us the man behind the initiative for today, that is the Women's Day celebration. He's the founding partner in the BSK Legal firm. In the litigation, he deals with his area of practices focus on civil, commercial dispute, labor, employment law, intellectual property litigation, consumer protection, and commercial criminal arbitration. Under his supervision, at present, the firm has successfully carried out its cases and is handling cases in 614 districts throughout the length and breadth of the country. He's a prominent engine in educating the young minds through his internship programs and his legal awareness issues. I welcome Sanjay Chadha sir.
Thank you very much, Manya. It's an event for all of us, and it's really wonderful to hear you rightly said two beautiful ladies in the earlier session. No doubt about it. The way Veena ma'am has explained, the way respected Dr. Vidyaji has explained, and before which we saw Jyotsna ji and our honorable, Justice Iqbal Ahmed Ansari Sahab said. It was a wonderful session, no doubt. Both the sessions were too good. And I really admire all of these beautiful people who are really dedicated for the cause of women. And as Vidyaji has rightly said, that it is the need of the hour is that we should join in not only in celebration, but also working for achieving the ultimate goal of parity, equality, and all those positive things. I'm so delighted that Veena ji, Vidya ji, you have taken out time and you have really participated in this session. I'm so thankful to you. Though, as I said earlier also, this discussion is such where lot things can come at any point of time, and we can't, but again we have got time which is important. We have to start our next session, so if you have time, please be here with us as much as possible for you. I can really say so. And now I would request Manya to finally thank our guests and call the next presenter, Riya Shetty. She will be joining us from Bombay. The beauty, Veena ma'am and Honorable Justice Ansari, I wanted to say is that today in these sessions, people have joined from all parts of the country. Manya is sitting in Bangalore. Justice Ansari is sitting in Chandigarh. Vidya madam has joined from Pune. Veena ji, I think you are from Delhi only. And Riya has joined us from Bombay. So this is what I say that is another beauty which we all are able to enjoy, and such a big day we are able to celebrate, and so many high dignities have given their time. Riya, I would request you. I have to see whether ma'am has joined for the next session, but our honorable guest Sujata ji has already joined. I welcome you, Sujata ji. Thank you very much. It's a great honor, to have a personality like you, who have, I know you from last so many years, and dedicatedly, as Vidya ma'am was talking a little while ago, that woman has, multitasking. So you are the best example, I would say, for the multitasking. The way you have devoted your years in the banking industry, years, your pretty daughter is there, and you have been grooming her, and she is growing. So let us begin the session, otherwise I'll not stop. Yeah, Riya,
Thank you so much for all the kind words.
Thank you. Yeah, you are not audible, beta. Just see what is the problem. Yeah. No, remove it. As I said last time also. Yeah. Now you will speak, it will be audible. Speak, please. Yeah, Ria. Yeah, now you are connecting to the audio. Yes.
Hello.
Very well. You are very
I'm
nicely
very
audible.
sorry for the interruption that usually happens.
No problem.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here, our eminent guests, and of course the wonderful audience present here. Thank you so much for being able to attend the session with us. So to start off, I would like to start by quoting in the words of Indra Nooyi, the CEO of PepsiCo, "The more we break the rules, the better off we're going to be at it." And this is exactly what we have all got here together for. Today is the day that we celebrate the women of our country, starting from a time where we have been living in a patriarchal society where everything that was expected only from men or the young boys of our family. But today, with changing times, thoughts and processes have changed to a very huge extent, where things have not, even if not expected from women, women have started proving themselves in every different field of life, and also showing that they are capable of much more, even if not expected from them. Since the creation of an ecosystem and support for women entrepreneurs in India have been a work in progress for several years now, there has been an increase in the number of women entrepreneurs that have created a mark for themselves in every walk of life. She, as we term it, has marched on every possible road not taken and transformed that very road not taken into a road that is now being chosen as one for other youngsters to follow by. This is because the women of today have the resilience and the capability to be able to navigate through the challenges that we have had to face as a sex. Today is the day that we choose to remember and celebrate these women entrepreneurs that are at the helm of their respective professions. The resilience, the determination, and the inspiring mindsets of these trailblazing women have been inspiring, further on proving the fact that in times where ready-made jobs are scarce, enabling women to unlock their very entrepreneurial potential can generate boundless rewards. A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I would like to start off by introducing our guest of honor, Ms. UG Sujata. Ms. UG Sujata works as a consultant in Invest India, the investment promotion agency of the Government of India. She is also the co-founder of the School of Active Citizenship, an organization working to empower citizens on the 21st century leadership skills in public policy. She comes with over a decade and a half of experience in the banking and the reinsurance sector. She has worked with various leadership banks in India in the area of retail and portfolio management. She has a master's degree in public administration from the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. She also holds an MBA in marketing and graduation in physics, both from the Madurai and Kamaraj University. She is currently the president of the Indian Alumni Association of the Lee Kuan School of Public Policy. A very good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you here for your eminent presence with us. I would request you to please share some words of wisdom with us regarding how your experience has been in this walk of life. And I'm very sure all of us as students have a lot to learn from you and from your experience as such. Can you please share your experience with us?
Thank you so much, Ria, and thank you to BSK Legal for giving me this opportunity to be here amongst all the young college students and eminent personalities to share my views on this day of International Women's Day. Once again, thank you to Mr. Sanjay Chadha for being an able friend and a supporter throughout my career in the last 2 decades, I would say. So thank you for this lovely introduction also. As you mentioned, I'm a banker getting into entrepreneurship and also into government consulting. So I would like to probably talk. Maybe do I have 5-10 minutes to speak on?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Yeah, you
Sure.
can take
So
all your
is it
time.
okay being a banker? I deal with a lot of
I'm
numbers.
sorry, Sujata ji.
Yes.
There is some connectivity issue with ma'am. So you have enough time today. So you take your time.
Okay, thank you so
Whenever
much.
she will join, we will take her. Till the time you are
Okay.
the
Lovely,
keynote
lovely,
speaker
lovely.
today.
Okay, thank you so much. So I would like to share a few slides because being a banker, I deal with a lot of numbers. And without numbers, it's very difficult for me to even start sharing personal details. So is it okay if I share my screen?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Why not?
Yeah, sure. I think you will have to enable me to share the screen, I guess.
I guess I'm not the host. I think Manjri will have to do that.
Yeah, please. No problem at all. So in the meantime, when they are, I think enabling, I'm not sure. Somebody there to enable?
Sanjay sir, can someone look into it?
Okay. So maybe let's wait for them to.
What I'll do is I will make you the sorry, I will make you the how to do it. I don't know.
Co-host or something? Maybe I'm not sure.
Yeah, co-host I can make you. So let me see how to make. Yeah. So I have made you. Yes. So now you are co-host.
Okay. Yeah, I can share the screen. Thank you. Okay, is my screen visible to all?
Not yet, ma'am.
It is not coming up.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
it is coming. Yes.
Okay, okay. So maybe. Okay. So is it visible now to all?
Yes, ma'am. It's fine. You
Okay.
can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. So when we are talking about entrepreneurship, so as a whole, our government currently is doing various initiatives like Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, Startup India, because we have a lot of minds, alert minds, which are into innovation and trying to solve world problems through entrepreneurship. And that is what is currently being nurtured and developed by the current government. So we have various initiatives and the entrepreneurship. I think this is the best period for all entrepreneurs out there who are wanting to solve any problem to come out and start their own initiative, irrespective of their age, gender, or background. I think we have opportunities in all sectors and spheres. So currently, if we look at the scenario in the entrepreneurship, there are almost about what do you call 8.05 million entrepreneurs currently in India, and out of which almost about 14% are women. So the donut pie, if you see, it shows the total number of entrepreneurs, which are about 8 millions, and then out of which about 14% are women. So though we are talking about men and women being equal in terms of representation in our population, the entrepreneurship scenario, if you see, it is predominantly occupied by the men. It is not that they get more opportunity just because being a man. That is also one of the reason, but that is, I would say, that is not the main reason. And also, like, not very few women willing to take the work. So basically, if you see, only 5% of the startups are founded by women entrepreneurship, and about one third of the Indian women entrepreneurs, if you see, they are in agriculture sector and mostly into informal sectors. So if you look at agriculture sector, you will probably find the small help group, self-help groups doing community entrepreneurship or something like that, but not in a big scale. If you get into, say, organized entrepreneurship, there are very, very lesser women occupying space in that area. So this is what we see, and in the tech space especially, it is going to be a promising time. We see a lot of improvement of women coming into science and technology. There's a huge what do you call increase in the number of people entering into tech related startups, and almost in the last decade, if you say, is almost 11 times increase in the number of women entrepreneurs entering the uh, entrepreneurship scenario. And if you look at the leadership, uh, we don't have to look too much into numbers. If we look around, we see a lot of women being represented in all the companies in India, and our numbers are, in fact, it will be surprising, but we do much better than some of the developed countries also in terms of representing women in the boards or in middle management or in senior management. And if we look at the global average and our average in India, we are still better. Where we actually face challenge, yes, that how this number is actually translating into women founding companies. We are happy to work, we are happy to get into the top management, we are happy to get into the senior management. Women are all neck to neck competition in education, in employment, in all scenarios. But only thing where we find the challenge is that women actually getting out of their comfort and getting into entrepreneurship. That is where we see the challenge. And in global level right now, if we look at numbers, there are almost 126 million women who are running their own own enterprise. When we look at India, we only see 8 million women, right, who are getting into entrepreneurship, which is not even 10%. It's not even, say, 7%. When our population, by our sheer numbers, we are representing so much in the world, but when we come to entrepreneurship, there is no equal representations there. Another thing we are looking at is like corporates. A lot of corporates, they are identifying the leadership quality in women, and they are also recruiting a lot of women in their leadership roles. So that's one positive thing. So it's all not negative, but it's a lot of positive also happening. But somewhere, when it comes to entrepreneurship, we are still lagging behind. And when we also look at opportunities of women leadership in India, so the previous session, somebody spoke about equity, somebody spoke about gender parity. So we say that there is a lot of gender gap, and if we look at closing those gender gap. So what do we talk about gender gap? When we talk about gender gap, we talk about improving access to maybe childcare, improving access to financial services, improving access to, say, networking or knowledge base or know-hows of running your own business or running your own company. So when we try to get into gender parity and closing the gap.
Could you check live हो गया क्या?
एक मिनट
नहीं हुआ अभी.
नहीं हुआ अभी. Let me see. एक मिनट.
हाँ, अब हो गया. अब हो गया.
हो गया? हो गया?
या प्लीज शुरू करिए. प्लीज शुरू करिए.
सर हेलो.
हाँ बताइए.
लाइव से शायद फिर से हट गया है.
नहीं, लाइव आ रहा है.
क्योंकि इधर मेरी स्क्रीन पे एरर दिखाई दे रहा है. थोड़ी देर में हट जाएगा मेरे हिसाब से.
आ रहा है.
तो फिर ऐसा करो,
नहीं आ रहा है यार, आपकी सारी बात आ रही है. या प्लीज शुरू करिए.
So I think Sujata ma'am needs to be made the host.
Yeah, if you can just, I can share the screen, or if you can allow me to share the screen.
Manish, please make her co-host.
Yeah, if you can just, I can share the screen, or if you can allow me to share.
Done,
Manish.
Sir. Done, sir.
And be there, please.
Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Really
Okay.
sorry you
Thank
can't.
you. No problem at all. Mm. So I was just saying that there is a huge opportunity which is available in India, and there are many studies in support of women getting into entrepreneurship and into leadership roles. So we have n number of studies which talk about that if women are getting into the workforce to their truest potential, we can have our GDP increased by almost 27%, and that is actually adding USD 700 million into our GDP pool. So, and then we also see that when women get into leadership role, we see the whole landscape changing for the women and for her family and for people around her. So that's what the whole potential is talking about. And uh, if you look at, there is an immense potential in women getting into entrepreneurship. We have various studies supporting the whole thing that why women should get into entrepreneurship. But in spite of all these things, we still see that there are huge number of challenges and not many women are getting into entrepreneurship. So when we see the startups, number of startups which are getting registered in India, only 5 to 6% of them have women founders. And when you also see that the access to credit is the startups raising funds, or the unicorns coming out and starting to raise funds from the various venture capitalists or from angel investors. If you see, only 6% of those companies have at least one women co-founder. The balance 93% of the funds go to only startups which have only men in their startup team. So only 6% goes to women as co-founder, and only 1% of the whole funding goes to all women team. So there is a huge gap. Though we say that everything people are treated equally, there's people invest in ideas and stuff, but still there is a lot of difficulty for women to access credits. Access to market, I mean the opportunities for you might be a small entrepreneur, but there's a lot of very limited opportunity for a woman to travel out of her comfort zone and then explore new markets, where she can showcase the products they create or she manufactures, or the service to render to. And access to network and forum, by which I mean that for men, when we look at, there's a lot of mentorship forums, there's a lot of leadership forums, men meet and then they get a lot of opportunity to network with each other, to understand various business opportunities available to them and how they can market themselves. So those forums are very, very limited to women. And even policies which are specifically targeting women entrepreneurs are very limited. And thanks to other cultural bias and mindset, it only adds to the problem. But when we talk about these challenges, it is right now changing. There's a lot of policies which are actually, there's a lot of political willingness for the government to realize that yes, women need to come into mainstream, women need to run businesses, and that is how we can turn our fortune. So there's the political willingness. When we talk about any public policy, we talk about three pillars. One is we talk about the political willingness. Unless until there is a political drive to drive an agenda, those agenda will never become policies and they will never be implemented. Second thing is we talk about the administrative capability of the government or people who are implementing those policies. So unless until there is a capability, those political willingness will not translate into those implementable agendas. The third one is the value to the end user. Here, if women are the end user, and if at all they see value for this, so any number of policies being created by the government will not reach out to them. So we see there is a political willingness, and there's huge machinery which are supporting that political willingness in terms of, as I told you, this Department of Industrial Development, which is into Startup India. So we have DPIIT, which is creating many initiatives like Make in India, Startup India. So there's a lot of government programs which are coming in, which are specifically encouraging women to get into entrepreneurship. And there's a lot of state governments which are actually giving a lot of incentives, financial incentives. So if you have women entrepreneurs in your group, a co-founder or founders, so there's a lot of financial support given by these state governments to take advantage. And get into the mainstream. So these are some of the challenges we face as women entrepreneurs to get into entrepreneurship. But the foremost challenge for a woman to get into entrepreneurship is us, right? So we just want to get into our comfort zone. So if we are educated, probably we are very happy with having a 9 to 5 work model, and we think that getting out of it and starting a business of our own is going to be a problem. We do not want to take the risk. Any number of external challenges will become nothing when we actually are willing to take it head on. And any number of support which we get from outside will also be nothing if we are not willing to step out of our comfort zone and take up those challenges. So my idea, what I want to share here is some of my personal journey here. So as Mr. Chadha also introduced, and as you introduced me, Riya, so I was a 9 to 5 banker working with various leading banks in India and with a reinsurance company. Very happy with a 5-day working, Saturday, Sunday, having enough family time. I was not regretting, but always I felt that I should be doing something more. So the first thing which I thought getting out of my comfort zone was quit my high flying corporate career and then go back to school. You know, I had an MBA, but I really wanted to go back to school to understand how my role as a person, as an individual, can impact a larger community. So I quit my job, and then I went to National University of Singapore to pursue my second master's, which is into public policy and administration, to understand how every role, because that is my understanding, that you can be a scientist, you can be an architect, you can be a doctor, but each of your role actually allows you to play a major role to impacting life around you. You can impact the family, you can impact people working for you, working with you. For that, you need to understand how you can impact them, understand your role in the larger ecosystem. So that is why I went out of my comfort zone, having a good corporate career. I quit it. I got out of my comfort zone, applied for my master's in Singapore, and then I went out there. So my advice out there to all the young kids, it's never too late or never too early to start your entrepreneurship journey. Get out of your comfort zone. You don't have to become an entrepreneur, but first challenge yourself. Get out of your comfort zone. The second one I would say is kick the guilt. You are always judged for whatever choices you make in life, right? If you sit at home, it should be again your choice. It is not out of guilt that you have a child and people might say something, and so you need to be sitting at home to take care of an elderly relative or your child. So just kick the guilt. You have all the right to live your life and to make a career for yourself. It could be anything. It could be a corporate job. It could be your own home business, home based business, or it could be a huge conglomerate. But kick the guilt. So again, I would say when I went to Singapore, I had a child. My daughter was 3 year old, right? So I took the opportunity, and my husband was very supportive, and my family was very supportive. So though I had that guilt of leaving my child back home and then going to a new place, I stayed away from her for almost 1.5 years. But that is something we need to take that chance, and we need to kick the guilt. And it is not that people are going to view you in a different light. People are very supportive of you, but first you need to come out of the guilt you have, right? So propel yourself. So that is what it is. And then the third one I would say is challenge yourself. The theme for this year, International Women's Day, is choose to challenge, right? When you choose to challenge, you challenge the status quo. You challenge and push everyone for a change, everyone for gender equality and thereby equity. So challenge yourself. Don't think that somebody else has to come and challenge the status quo. Start with yourself. Start with challenging your status quo. Is this the position you want to be in? Is this what is your truest potential is? What is that it is stopping you? So challenge yourself. That is the next one I would say. And the fourth one is like again, like Madam Veena said, like fight for equity, not for equality, right? We do not want equality. We want equity. So that way, every human, it need not be a man or a woman. We need to be fighting for equity, and gender equity is something we need to look for. And everyone needs, so support each other. In the name of equality, maybe all women do not need the equal support. So when you spot somebody somebody, a woman, a fellow woman, having to fight a greater battle than what you are in, fight for that equity, support each other, lean on each other. So that's this thing. And the next message is allow yourself the opportunity. You will come across many opportunities and you might have this mindset, maybe the time is not right. Maybe I'm not ready. Many times we do not take the chance, and that is where we lose out. So allow yourself the opportunity, allow yourself to grab that moment and challenge yourself, get out of your comfort zone, and then grab the opportunity and make your day. And last one, my message to every one of the youngsters out there is love yourself. Do not be harsh on yourself. Love yourself. You are the best version, and then you can achieve whatever you want. One of my favorite saying is, if one man can do, any man can do. So one human can do, any human can do. So love yourself. That's the first and the foremost important message each of us should carry. And we don't have to be harsh on ourselves. The moment we start loving ourselves, there is a strong belief that we can do a greater thing in life. So my message out there to each and every one of you is love yourself, grab the opportunity, challenge yourself, and get out of your comfort zone, kicking the guilt, and then fight for equity and not equality. And all the very best to you. And so this is my parting message. And thank you once again to all of you. And if you want, you can always reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'll be happy to mentor if any of you want to speak about something. So I'm so happy. I'll be happy to support any of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wise words of wisdom. I think, like you said, you ended with the 6 mantras, which is, I think, something which we all as people need to adopt in our daily lives. I think in a generation where people are not much bothered about gaining experience from a particular job, they're more behind the rat race.
All comes into picture. Okay, says,
yeah, so I would like to continue by saying that we're only running behind money. And can we please have the mic?
Vipinji, please mute. Vipinji, please mute.
Yeah, so
otherwise host can mute.
Yeah,
we have got Nafisa ji has joined. Nafisa ji has joined. Riya, please welcome Nafisa ji.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, definitely. Good afternoon, Nafisa, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Let her connection be there.
Yeah,
we are really honored to have her. You know. And who is the host? Manish? Can you please mute others?
So I think there is some connection issue.
Yeah, no, with her there is a connection.
Yeah.
So I think we continue.
Should I start with the introduction?
No, let us see, or you can let us see for 2 minutes. You can ask questions to our honorable guest Sujata ji.
Yeah, I would definitely do that. So yeah, so like I was saying, I think everyone has just gone behind the rat race of running after money. Somewhere I think we forget to look within ourselves and try to understand where we are and where we actually want to be a few years down the lane. So ma'am, one question I wanted to ask you, like you had said, keeping aside all the challenges that people usually face, one of the biggest challenges is when it comes to us. Like we don't know what we want for ourselves, and that is exactly termed as inhibitions. When someone it's something which someone usually faces when they're starting off with their career. So on one hand, do you think, talking about in women perspective, do you really think women lean in enough? Because we kind of live in a dichotomy where on one hand, it is believed that if a woman is too aggressive, then, if she is too ambitious, then it is seen as aggressive. But on the other hand, if she is not ambitious, then she is seen as a pushover. So where is the kind of balance really laid off, in your opinion?
Okay, thank you for that question. That is true. Many a times we also come across in many of our work situation that how do we handle these things? But I think, as I mentioned to you, it is changing. Those cultural biases are slowly changing, and people are realizing the true potential of women coming into workforce. So it's up to us, and many a times women need to understand that and step in for each other and support each other. That's the whole thing, and we do
That's
not have to
wonderful.
worry about.
That's really wonderful. You know, collective effects are always. So Nafisa ji is also there. Nafisa ji, can you hear us?
God. In Goa, signal problem.
It's a problem, but we really welcome you. Ria, please.
Yeah, so before we can start talking about anything, I feel really honored to be here in the presence of Miss Nafisa Ali, ma'am.
I'm doing a Zoom.
Grown up.
Hi.
Hi, ma'am. Hi. Thank you so much for being here with us. So I would like to start off by giving a brief introduction about ma'am.
Firstly, I'd like to wish all the viewers Happy Women's Day.
Wish you the same, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, the signal is very, very bad.
No issue, ma'am. We totally understand it. I would like to start by giving an introduction about Miss Nafisa Ali. Yes, ma'am.
Now it's okay.
Yeah, so I would like to start off by giving an introduction about our keynote speaker for today, Miss Nafisa Ali. The timeline of successes for Miss Nafisa Ali, ma'am, trails right back from the time of her schooling at La Martiniers, Calcutta, where she had been an outsider in her early years. Being titled as...
Where are you going?
Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Being titled as the sizzling water baby, the pride of Bengal, who went on to being the national swimming champion of India in 1970. Ma'am had been Miss India for the year of 1976 and second runner-up at Miss International in Tokyo the same year. A noted actress who has acted in a number of memorable films, such as the national award-winning Junoon and Mahor Sahab, Life in a Metro, Guzarish, Yamla Pagla Diwana, and several others. She has worked actively for the welfare of Army Jawans for 15 years of her life. She is a committed social worker working for the welfare of others and has given her time in totality for charitable causes. She is the first woman chairperson of the Women's Commission India Olympic Association, executive member of the Women's Charitable Society, and an also chairperson of an NGO run by her by the name of She was appointed as a member of the Indian National Congress Human Rights Watch from South Delhi. She has been working for the less fortunate, trying to make a difference in people's life. A voice for many social causes and issues, she has been a face for the voiceless and a backbone of strength for social issues. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us. It's a great pleasure to have you here. Ma'am, I would request you to please give us a few words of wisdom, talking about your experience, how it has been. I'm sure there is a lot to learn from you.
I really apologize. The sound here is disaster in Goa.
No issue, ma'am.
I can't add, therefore your voice is cutting, but I'd like to wish all the viewers Happy Women's Day. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, ma'am.
Yours is
yes, we can hear you very clearly.
So I can't hear. That's my problem.
Oh. It's okay. I think no issues.
I can't hear because the signal is very poor. Signal is poor, so I'll disconnect. Okay, I will disconnect.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much, and we can go back to our guest because of the signal problem. One of our guests.
What will you give me? Chicken is.
So. Yeah. So we can have Sujata ji is there?
Yeah, she is in the meeting.
Yes.
Sujata ji, there might be some questions from you. So I would request Priya to put across those questions.
So, ma'am, one of the questions that has been
am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, you are audible. Why you are disturbing?
Actually, Nafisa ji, I really heartily welcome
No,
you.
she has left. I'm sorry. She has left.
Okay,
Because of
I'm so
the
sorry
wrong...
because of some problem. I could not, I could hear your voice, but I am so sorry. My voice was not audible at that time.
All right, all right.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Vipin ji. Let the session go on.
Yeah, so people have inhibitions when they set out on their journey. So how has your personal experience been? So like, I think people initially have faced a lot of issues when it comes to starting off. So how has your experience been, ma'am?
Starting off in my, when you talk about career, so it's been a challenge, quite a challenge, as I mentioned. So earlier, I would say a decade or 2 decades back, the external challenges were more in number. There were many restrictions, and the mindset of people was not as progressive as, like, even in the last 2 decades. I could see there's a lot of change in terms of how a woman is viewed by the society or even by your family members. So when I started out, I think it was quite challenging at that point of time. Especially, I come from a small town. I come from Madurai, which is in Tamil Nadu, and in my family, women are not educated beyond, say, class 5 or something. And by the time you reach class 8, you are actually kind of married to. And so anybody who's going to be beyond going to class 8, beyond class 8, is like viewed as like they are not going to be very supportive, or going to be supportive of the family tradition or culture. So that means, okay, ab haath se nikal gayi types. So that was the mindset at that point of time. So from there to now, when I see my own family, they are pushing for girls education and stuff. So that's actually a huge change. As I mentioned, like, there's enough opportunity. Even there's a lot of political will. Men and even the society is talking about how beneficial if women come into the main workforce. It could be through jobs. It could be through starting their own business, because it is easy for us to understand various problems. You see, most of the time, all these companies are actually targeting women for selling their products, right? Which are run by men. So men have created those products targeting women and selling to women. So if we also get into the mainstream, think about the problems we face and generate solutions for the problems we face, I think we will be able to create a lot of products with empathy, because we understand the issues better. So probably there will be more empathy, more inclusiveness. When we design our own workspace, we will probably think about how can we involve more women in terms of, say, childcare or any other things which do not normally come across by amendment. So there's many things which will be advantageous. And so those challenges always were there. But now I see there's a lot of positivity, positive developments coming up in the work area. So that is also one of the reasons why I chose to jump into entrepreneurship.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words. Like you said, you took a very bold decision of giving up a job which you were already quite secure in. I think in today's times, especially, youngsters have a habit of switching jobs very quick. So to be able to sustain in a job, for sustainability aspect of a job becomes very, very difficult in today's times, especially when, there are a lot of things like finance, people are not secure. Like, we are lucky enough to be in a society where, in a family where, you have people who are openly supporting you, but that doesn't come off so much when it comes to certain people, certain stratas of society. So like you said, you need to have a very functional family which is able to support you with everything that you do, because at the end of the day, how people see it in our society is, even if you've reached a certain point of success in your life, it is said that you have to go back to your children at some point of time. So what message would you like to pass on to those family members who, at some point are not yet able to accept the fact that, yes, my daughter can go out there and do something for herself?
Okay. So as you mentioned that people are, one is not staying in jobs as they would want to be changing jobs frequently. I just want to share one thing here. Earlier, we used to change companies, right? When I started out, people used to change companies, maybe 4 or 5 companies in their whole career. Now it is like people change careers. So today you are probably a financial expert. Tomorrow you are actually a water expert. And thanks to Google, knowledge is not going to be one man. This thing, there is no exclusivity in access to language. Sorry, knowledge. So anybody who is personally interested can get access to knowledge. Only the soft skills is what we need to build on. When it comes to telling people that they should let their daughters work or be supportive. One thing, as I mentioned to you, is uh, the fight begins from you. Like, yes, women have to support, the family has to support, but somewhere we need to have the willingness to get that support. It is definitely not easy when the family has a traditional mindset where they see women as a pride of their house and a pride getting out of the house and working. They don't see it. And also, thanks to many law and order situation still prevalent in many of the societies, it is not safe for women to go out, and parents have that genuine concern. But somehow, as I told you, it has to be start with our own belief that we can bring in the change, we can face those challenges and come out successfully. And it is very easy. See, when we need something so desperately, we still go back to our parents, try to convince them, and we need to speak their language, right? So that is where the soft skills come in handy. Knowledge you can gain, but develop those soft skills, learn the art of persuasion. I would say it is not easy, it is easier said than done, but somewhere we need to bring in those change. So believe in yourself and believe in the change you can bring to everyone around you, and try talking to everyone who you think as a huddle. Tackle everyone, जिससे जैसे बात करना है, keep talking and keep expressing your desire to succeed. Then people will support. When they say, like, if you need something so desperately, the whole universe will support you. So yes, it starts with you, and then we have to slowly bring in that change.
Thank you, ma'am. I definitely agree with you that whatever said and done, it all starts with us, because as long as we are not able to fight for ourselves, then no one else really can help us. Another very important speaker with us here, of course, is Mr. Sanjay Chadha, sir, a very eminent person. So, sir is the founding and managing partner in the litigation, arbitration, and labor law compliances of the renowned firm BSK Legal, holding over 25 years of experience in the legal profession. Sir has completed his master's from the prestigious Shri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi University. Sir is a prominent contributor to the news and print media, regularly featuring in newspaper columns and TV interviews, and is also a very familiar face among the young law students because of his online internships and immensely informative webinars on YouTube. Thank you so much, Sanjay Chadha, sir. Luckily, I have had a very beautiful opportunity of having interned under you. Sanjay Chadha, sir, is there anything you would like to say for Sujata ma'am?
First of all, thank you very much, Riya, for such a wonderful introduction of mine. But certainly what Sujata ji has said, the family backing, at least we are in a phase, I would say, and this phase we have changed a lot. Now we will certainly be doing more changes will be there. There is no doubt about it, and we are in the process of transformation. So still, for the time being, I think you need to convince your families. Thereafter, after after a few years, this will also go. Our female folks have seen so many changes, and so this will also go, I feel, and there will be parity, there will be equality, as Sujata ji has said. We don't want we want equality. That's one thing very, very important. And so from core of my heart, I would like to thank you, Sujata ji, for taking out time. Nafisa ji was unable to join us. The reason was she was stuck in some meeting initially, and then there is a bad signal in Goa. She's in Goa right now, but she has sent her good wishes to all of us. My request to Riya and to thank formally Sujata ji, and then Manjali will take over for the next session. Thank you very much, Sujata ji.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Riya. Wonderful talking to you.
Thank you so much.
Best wishes.
So
I just wanted to say that there is a huge number of people there on YouTube also. Though we got disconnected, half of them has left. Now they are slowly and gradually joining. So that's another bunch of people who are looking into you and were listening to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Best wishes.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wise words. I think what you have spoken today is something which we all will definitely remember. It's not just about today, but it's, of course, about what we carry with us in the future. So thank you so much for being here with us. And I would request Manji to carry on.
Thank you so much, Riya. Now I would like to welcome our keynote speaker for this session, Priya Deshmukh Gilbile. Welcome, ma'am. She will be speaking on the topic unconscious bias and how can we challenge ourselves. Priya Deshmukh Gilbile is the Chief Operating Officer at ManipalCigna Health Insurance Company Limited, a person who strongly believes in the quote, "You have two lives. The second one begins when you realize you have only one." An IIM Lucknow alumna, Priya is a seasoned professional and entrepreneur with rich and diverse experience spanning over 25 years in health insurance, healthcare, BPO, and ITES industries. A dynamic professional, doting mother, and humanitarian at the same time. In her current role, she is responsible for development and execution of ManipalCigna's operational strategy, as well as enhancing the service delivery capability, accelerating growth. Her experience spans across operations, strategic planning, sales, business development, and automation. Along with her multi-sectoral expertise, a strong people focus has been instrumental in shaping Priya's exceptional career trajectory. Before joining ManipalCigna, she has held key positions across various such as Max, Bupa Health Insurance, Cognizant Technologies, United Health Group, GTL Limited, and others. She is the winner of prestigious India's Top 100 Women in Finance for 2020. Mrs. India International 2017 title, All India Golden Achievers Award, Women of Substance 2017, AIWMI Top 100 Women in Finance 2020, and recipient of several other industry awards and recognition. In addition to her professional commitments, Priya is an avid reader, enjoys singing, and is dedicated to philanthropic work and spirituality. She truly signifies a balanced persona in both personal and professional fronts. Breaking the glass ceiling and reaching to the highest levels of corporate success has been part of her journey. She has been always believed that we are strong as we think we are, and that one has the power to overcome any challenge in life. Over to you, ma'am.
So open your camera, please. Manjari, we have our guest of honor is also there.
Okay, okay, sir.
Sonika Gogoi, ma'am.
Should I introduce her right now?
Yeah, please introduce her as well.
Okay, sir. Okay, sure. Welcome, Soyonika, ma'am. She is currently the Assistant Professor, BMS College of Law, Bangalore. BMS College of Law was established in 1963 by late Shri B.S. Narayan under the aegis of BMS Educational Trust. The institution is affiliated to Karnataka State Law University and approved by Bar Council of India. The institution aims at imparting quality legal education, offer both 5 years and 3 years law degree courses. She has done her BA LLB from MS Ramaya College of Law, Bangalore, and LLM in Access to Justice, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. And she will be speaking on the topic, Women's Rights are Human Rights. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, you're muted. Can you please unmute yourself?
Ma'am, your mic is, Sonika ji, your mic is not, please unmute it. Yeah,
Am I
now it is
audible now?
unmuted. Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay. So thank you so much. A very good
Let's have
afternoon.
Sonika ji first, and then our keynote speaker, Priya ji, will speak. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Very good afternoon to all the esteemed guests and participants present here. It is indeed a privilege to be invited as the guest of honor for such an auspicious occasion. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Sanjay K Chadha sir for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this event today. International Women's Day is earmarked to celebrate womanhood, recognizing her achievements in the respective fields. It is a day to acknowledge women. It's a day to acknowledge women and make people aware of women's rights and gender equality, parity, and call to action for accelerating women's equality. Every day should be celebrated as Women's Day because certainly women have contributed significantly to all to the country and the society subsequently. Presence of a woman in a person's life in the form of a mother, sister, wife, daughter, or as a leader cannot be underestimated. Coming from an institution where which is headed by a woman itself, I'm fortunate. I consider myself fortunate to be working under the able guidance of our respected principal, ma'am, Dr. Anita F.N. D'Souza, who has been a constant support, and without whose support, I would have not been here. It is, I take immense pleasure in inviting ma'am to address the gathering for a minute.
Great honor for all of us, Anita ji. You have taken out time. I feel that all our guests, even keynote speaker is also waiting. We are really delighted to have you, ma'am. Your service, as you have done to the students, thousands of your students, and one of those students, Kritika, is here in the session live with us. I'm very delighted to have you and welcome you, ma'am. Please encourage us. Thereafter, I would request Priya ji to have her keynote address. We are once again welcoming you. You have to unmute, ma'am, first.
Sir, I think the host has to unmute ma'am for the...
Yeah, now I think, yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thanks for the opportunity. Good afternoon and warm greetings from BMS College of Law. A challenged world is an alert world. The world celebrates International Women's Day with the theme Choose to Challenge, the day which marks a call to action for accelerating women's equality, challenging gender bias and inequality. Though the women have broken the shackles of gender inequality and are in a quest to achieve what they truly deserve, carrying forward the belief of creating a fair space for everyone, restoring gender equality in the domestic as well as the public domain is the main responsibility we owe to each other. Keeping the ethos of this year's theme, we all need to choose to challenge and call out gender bias and inequality and celebrate women's achievements and collectively help create an inclusive world. Here is a big salute to all these strong women. May we know them, may we be them, may we raise them. Let's celebrate womanhood not only today, but 24/7 into 365 days. A special thanks to Shri Sanjay K Chadha, founder and managing partner, and the entire team behind BSK Legal for their collaboration with us. Thank you for your constant support at all times. My special thanks and appreciation to my young colleague, Ms. Soyanika Gogai, to my dear students, Ms. Kritika Sharma and Shri Chinmay Chaitanya for coordinating the event. I conclude with my best wishes to all the lovely ladies participating in this event. Thank you. Thank you once again, Chadha sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Vipin ji is also here. He is professor in Sri Aurobindo College, Dr. Vipin Malhotra, a known political scientist. And Manjari, I would now request you to please ask our keynote speaker to address us.
So,
Yes,
sir, actually, I had a little bit to say. Can I please continue?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, sir. So, thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring words. Women's Day, as we know, has become a custom every year now and is celebrated for the women around us. Every woman deserves respect, love, care, and happiness. In a world where 80% of the population worship goddesses of different kinds, it is unfortunate that there is still a portion of women in the country who are still discriminated and restricted to the four walls of their homes. As per the 2011 census, which was the latest to take place in the country, the sex ratio for all Indians was 940 females to 1,000 males. It would be interesting to see if there has been any improvement in the ratio after the central government's initiative of Beti Bachao Beti Padhao campaign that has been launched in order to raise awareness to figuratively and literally save the girl child. As beautifully quoted by Michelle Bachelet, who was the first woman to hold the Chilean presidency, progress of women is progress for all of us. Giving priority to women is not an option, it is a necessity. Giving more opportunities to women, besides being a matter of rights, is also a manifestation of good economic sense. Just like a coin has two different sides, in our country, the status of women also differs. On one hand, where women are being given equal opportunities at work, the right to move ahead of the opposite gender. A section of women, on the other hand, are still struggling to make people aware of their existence. Even though specific laws guarantee safety, security, and equal opportunities for women, they are still victims of crimes like female infanticide, honor killings, sexual abuse, dowry deaths, domestic violence, and rape. Looking at all of this makes me think, how much have we actually progressed? And today's day gives us a chance to reflect on the road ahead. What remains to be done in our quest for gender equality and empowering our women population? This year's theme, Women in Leadership, Achieving an Equal Future in a COVID-19 World, celebrates the tremendous efforts by women and girls around the world in shaping a more equal future and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Women stood in the front lines of the COVID-19 crisis as healthcare workers, caregivers, innovators, and some of the most exemplary and effective national leaders in combating the pandemic. The crisis highlighted that women are capable of carrying the burden as much as men of our society. I would like to conclude stating that I choose to challenge inequality, biasness, stereotyping, and to make this world a better place for all the women to live. International Women's Day is about realizing our self-worth and achieving the goals as per our potential. With this, I conclude my speech and I'm eager to listen to Priya Deshmukh ma'am and her take on today's session. Thank you all for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was lovely hearing from you. Now I would welcome Priya Deshmukh ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Lovely. Thank you, Manjari. Thank you, Sonika and Anita ma'am. First and foremost, wonderful welcome to all the guest members and big thank you to Mr. Sanjay Chadha ji, an amazing personality who is really promoting equality, promoting all the right morals and values in the system. So great pleasure to be a part of this incredible program. It's the annual global moment to celebrate social, economic, cultural, political accomplishments of women. And not only today, but every single day, day of 365 days of a year. Having said that, this year, as we all know, most of the key note speakers and our guests have said, today's theme is Choose to Challenge, with a call to action for all of us to step up and challenge inequality in any form and shape. So basically, we are strong women leaders leading the fight against COVID-19. So I am going to cover three, important elements. Manjari spoke about it. First and foremost, how we need to support working women and mothers who are working. Second, how do you really fight the unconscious bias at workplace? And most importantly, how do you really invest in your own self? So these are the 3 segments that I would like to cover in 10 minutes each. And if in case you have any questions at the end, I would be happy to answer. So as we all know, women around the world are paving the way of an inspiring style of leadership that is confident, authentic, highly effective. It is evident that countries led by women leaders seem to have been particularly successful in fighting the coronavirus battle. These successes are inspiring other women across the globe, given the challenges that many of them are facing while progressing towards leadership role. Look at some of the incredible women leaders that we have across the globe who have taken center stage amidst COVID crisis. I can name the few: Jacinda Ardern, Prime Minister of New Zealand; Chancellor Angela Merkel from Germany; Finland PM Sanna Marin; Kiran Majumdar-Shaw from the pharmaceutical industry; healthcare, if you talk about it, Sangeeta Reddy, Meena Ganesh, Rekha Menon, so many incredible leaders taking the center stage. So the time is really now. But before we celebrate, post, tweet, share, talk about importance of International Women's Day on this one particular day, let's ask ourselves the following questions. As a leader, what have we done to support and keep working women and women in general, as workforce during the pandemic safe and motivated? March 8th is clearly a significant day, but it also marks a year ago, almost during this time of the year, we all were hit by the pandemic, not knowing where to go, how to manage this crisis situation. Personally, for me and my husband started working remotely. Our children started taking virtual classes from the school this week last year. I, along with so many other women, naively thought this would be just a handful of weeks. We never thought it is going to last for a year. Perhaps because our brains could really process that information that only this much amount of time we will have to work from home. But today, as we know, most of the people and the workflows across the globe is working from home. A year later, the consequence of have not been nothing short of devastating for women. So while there is a silver line of important and eminent support system continued, it's also important to really reflect on some of the statistics for working women. 5.4 million women have lost their jobs since February 2020. Over 2.1 million women disappeared from the workforce entirely because of the challenges. 3 working women unemployed every 1 father who had lost a job since September 2020. As leaders, we collectively own these statistics. We can't disown it. And as we all know, each one of us has a role to play on how do we continue to supporting and retaining the working mothers as part of our teams in any sector. It doesn't need to be a corporate sector, any segment, any paradigms that we operate. So before we decide to honor women on International Women's Day with a post in the social media or an email or a conversation, let's just focus on 5 important things that each one of us can do to support working mothers in the workforce. First and foremost, stop focusing on hours of operations. It's important to really focus on productivity and output and outcome rather than really being obsessed about number of hours. So don't focus on when working women are starting and ending their day and how many visible hours they're logging. Rather focus on prioritizing, making it easy for them to really break down their deliverables and organize their time, not only at the workplace, but also back home. So help them really juggle the priorities between personal priorities and the workplace both together. Provide more flexible and support and a nourishing and enriching environment. Now is the time to step up and offer flexible work hours. We know many companies, IT giants have really offered flexible work hours. It's not the start time and the end time. It's the number of hours or maybe possibly the output that is being focused upon. So we all must try and focus upon that. There are multiple examples, like a company called Salesforce, who gave additional 6 weeks, time off for parents who are just newborn babies. Having said that, there are a couple of other companies as well who've really focused on giving more health and wellness kind of priorities, so to say, for their employees. The third one that I would like very, very honestly to really focus upon is acknowledge and include children. We have certain examples where people have started operating from home, not only women, all our employees, so to say. Having said that, many of them did not have an infrastructure to operate from home. You would see from the camera, the children being at the backdrop, couple of other challenges. So it's important for us to really make it not so strict and stubborn and very, very, kind of formal kind of a setting. It's important for us to really be inclusive, making them feel comfortable, given that they've really supported us during the pandemic. Suddenly, when everything snapped out and overnight we had to operate from home. So personally, I, during the meetings, I, come up with finding the glue sticks, trying and logging in with kids and stuff like that to make it more lighter, so to say, as an environment. The fourth element is check in women who have left. Some great women, because of certain challenges back home, certain challenges in the infrastructure and the ecosystem, resign and move out from their job. It's important for us to check on them, help them, offer them options and support system as mentors to really continue to encourage them. Last but not the least, support women and especially working mothers outside your company and the working environment that you operate in. That could be simply buying stuff, going local, buying stuff from people and women, working mothers operating in the country, having small scale businesses. That's the way to really help. So that's about the 5 important things that we can do for working women to find a more conducive and a very, very helpful and nourishing and nurturing environment back at work. Having said that, the second section that I want to focus upon and really share my views is around how it is about me first. And people find that if you focus on your own self, you're selfish. Not really. You've heard of this phrase, कृपया दूसरों की सहायता करने से पहले अपना मास्क पहने. So it's extremely important that before we really advise, guide, coach, help, assist, it's important for us to be in the best of our physical, mental, financial state of mind. And I would add one more paradigm, spiritual and the mental health as well. Having said that, it's important that we invest in our health. Try and, women, I would really encourage all the women and all the, people watching this particular program, that it's important to take out time for your own fitness and wellness so that you can be in best of your, state of mind and physical fitness to support other people in your family and the workplace. Build an ecosystem. We all have dreams, right? We all have, certain goals in our life, professionally as well as personally. Building an ecosystem of friends, family, people who can really assist us to catapult our journey is extremely important. Personally, if you ask me, I've been able to really ace my role at work, be a mother, try and do things for my, my pursuit and my personal purpose of helping the society, creating social impact. All of that has been possible because I have this fantastic ecosystem of people within family, friends, workplace, larger network that I've built. So it's important to really nourish and nurture, because if in case you want support back, first you have to support in, have that faith, have that confidence, believe in the network that you've built. The third one that I would really encourage people, and women especially, to get financially, secure and have that financial freedom. Normally we believe that, you have a breadwinner in the house, you have the head of the family, you have the male member really taking the lead. Why do I need to focus? But it's extremely important for you all to really understand, you never know when an exigency would hit, and God forbid it should never hit, but you need to have a financial goal and set some money for yourself, for your hobbies, for your interests, for your pursuits, and ensure that you have good health insurance for not only for yourself, but for your family as well. Teach yourself the nuances of finance, create a corpus for yourself, indulge in habits and hobbies and your well-being. The fourth one I would really want all of us to focus upon is soar high. It's nothing wrong to really focus on yourself and really scale new heights. Take that course that you've always aspired to. Trek that mountain that you've always dreamt of. Try and be some places you always wanted to travel and enjoy the nuances. Try and go out there. remember the time is now, because most of us postpone and procrastinate, keeping everyone else's priorities first and taking our own priorities at the backstage. Set that target and work towards that target of soaring high yourself. So when you're in your best elements, you will give your best to your workplace and your employer, your family, your children, your partner, and people around you. Most important, find a mentor. And this is part of finding a network around you. And these mentorship is not only about technical goal setting and identifying and moving forward. It's about people who truly believe in your capabilities, who uplift your confidence, who tell you time and again that you are capable, you are worthy, you are good enough, and you don't need to really self-doubt. So we will have highs and lows in our life, and these mentors and these incredible people will keep showing and being the lighthouses in our lifespan. The last one, but not the least, it's okay to fail. We're very hard on our own self. We feel that we can't fail. I got to be the best mother. I got to be the best partner. I got to be the best employee. I got to be the best friends in my friend circle. But at the end of the day, there will be situation we will fail. We are human beings. We are here to fail and learn our lessons and try once again. So allow yourself that liberty of failing and getting up and again failing and again getting up. I have made my own shares of mistakes personally, and each time each mistake, I have learned something new. So very, very important, don't be harsh on yourself. Otherwise, we will have a situation of burnout. The last one I want to add to this list is have a golden dust of gold trail leave behind for people who are willing to really take this path and who are struggling currently. So if you are successful in your own way, leave a little gold dust for other people to find the track and find their way ahead, and not just be happy in your own success. So very, very important, lend that hand of support, that small support or that small assistance, that small guidance that you can offer to people. So on this Women's Day, let's take the first step forward to focus back on ourselves, keep investing in ourselves, because if we make better human beings, we make a better ecosystem and a better world around us. The last section that I have is breaking the unconscious biases at the workplace. And we've heard of that. Workplaces are becoming increasingly more diverse. In today's 21st century, it's a VUCA world where there is huge amount of adversity, a lot of anxiousness, vulnerability, and a lot of uncertainty. Having said that, it's important that organizations, big and small entrepreneurs, any small SME, small segment, support diversity and promote inclusiveness. Having said that, one of the key elements that organizations struggle today is promoting the diversity openly. They do not find promoting diversity as an important agenda which can be openly spoken about, not getting intimidated by unconscious biases. Unconscious biases stem from deep-rooted value system and social conditions in which all of us are brought in. So it's easy it's not very easy to address them. These biases can be very subtle, very, very difficult to spot and address. Researchers suggest that unconscious biases label people and things very, very easily, perceived as standards such as age, weight, skin, color, and most commonly we all know gender. So if we categorize and stereotype people based on their sexuality, their disability, their accent, educational background, ethnicity, social status, job title, spontaneously we are allocating presumed qualities to anyone unconsciously by putting them in groups. And as we all know, we can't really judge a book by the cover. That's how unconscious biases really work. So it's important that we find them and we really deal with them. Having said that, unconscious biases are not permanent. It's very, very easy to find them, spot them, and once found, we can really work on them and try and work on strategies to really self-reflect, because most of these biases can be self-reflected. And once we acknowledge these biases as an organization, we can work upon them by training programs, calling out behaviors, and stuff like that. And the reason I chose this topic is because this year's theme is about choose to challenge. And with challenging, change comes in, and with change, we make a better world to live in. Having said that, to build forward better, unit or the world from COVID-19 crisis, as well as the changes that are happening, we cannot return simply to the world that we were operating in before. We must do things differently. That means shattering the barriers that hold women and girls back. This year's International Women's Day is a rallying cry for women in the leadership role who can inspire, instill confidence for other women to choose to challenge, give that faith, confidence, belief, and pat on the back when it is needed. It is time to finally fully harness the power of women leadership to realize a more equal, inclusive, and sustainable future. Having said that, I wish all the members and felicitated other women leaders and other leaders on this platform a happy Women's Day to all the fabulous leaders out there. So on that note, want to thank Sanjay ji and all the other members for giving me the opportunity to speak on this platform.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a question. Do you think self-love and self-prioritization will lead towards a better future, and how should we encourage self-love among young generation?
Well, very good question. Thank you for that. I'll address the self-love part first and prioritization the second, Manjari. So basically, all of us take birth, on this planet with a purpose of living a happy and a healthy life and want to be happy, right? We all want to be happy. But in this race of doing exceedingly well, we are put since our birth in a race that we really want to nurture our kids to be good human beings, good citizens, good students, and we push our children into best of the schools and then best of the universities to get that degree. Why do you want to get that degree? You want to get that degree to have a better life. Once you get that degree, then you want to get married and create babies. And the spiral keeps going on and on and on. And we've put ourselves in this unbecoming of human being, continuously racing against time, trying to achieve that happiness. So it's important for us to unwind, and it's important for us to come back to simplicity and finding our purpose of loving ourselves and investing us in our own self. The moment we choose to love ourselves and accept ourselves for who we are, and believe in this concept or believe in this thought process that we are enough, whoever we are, wherever we come from, we are enough, and we all are gifted. The moment we believe in that concept, the world will be suddenly such a better place to live into. So I guess it's important, for us to nurture in our own self, love ourselves, and it is nothing wrong to really love ourselves and try and, when we say loving ourselves, it literally means investing in things that you love and becoming a better human being each day in terms of your health, mental well-being, financial stability, and the whole ecosystem around you. Talking about prioritization, not only in the corporate parlance, but even in personal life, it is important to prioritize. You may have tens and hundreds of priorities in your task list or bucket list, but unless you very, very clearly prioritize and identify, is it important and urgent? Is it important but not urgent? Is it important at all for me in the segment or in the pegging order that I have in the current goals that I've set for myself, whether it is personal or whether it is at the workplace? These are things to really segment and prioritize and think through. And it starts with reflecting and acknowledging that there is a need for us to get organized. And unless we prioritize, how can we really manage this juggling roles of being a mother, a person at the workplace, and a social citizen, so to say, in the larger environment and the world, is what I would say, Manjari.
Thank you so much.
Manjari, unmute yourself, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sanjay sir, would you like to say something?
So please unmute yourself.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. It was wonderful to hear Priya ji. I have met her before also, and I've heard her before also. And I remember she had gone for one award function to Bangkok, and we've been all waiting. We were praying rather that she won, and God was kind. The entire world was watching her, and she won the crown. And we all prayed for it. It is for the first time I'm telling this to her, and it was a proud moment for all of us. And certainly the way she delivered the talk today was, is equally impressive. Similarly, I would like to also Soeneka Gogoiji, a young budding, she's creating a lot of lawyers every year, and I could see the quality of education they are imparting is too good. I wish very good luck to Anita ji also, the wonderful work they are doing. Now I think our team will take up certain questions which are there. Manjari, if you are there. Manjari is not there.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
So just see what are the questions, and the big question which I wanted to ask Priya ji to begin with, then Manjari will ask later on. Yeah, I just wanted to know, our previous speaker was there. She said that there are, that Sujata ji was there. She was talking about that still that stage has not come where woman can take decision on her own. She has to convince her family first and then proceed further. And though this generation has seen a lot of changes, there's no doubt about it. A lot of changes have been seen by this generation, and in future we think that the changes are going on every day. Financially, the woman is more empowered now, number one. And number two, what I see is till the time the root cause to me for this problem is women being not financially strong. I feel if the woman is financially strong, that problem which we face every day will not be there. That is what I feel, and I have read so many material on it. The crux of the matter is this much only. So first of all, what is your views? Whether the situation has changed, number one. Number two, if not in totality it has changed, how long it is going to take?
So great, Sanjay ji, first and foremost, thank you very, very much for having me on this platform. And we've spoken in the past, and we've done some good work together as well. And I admire the way you give platform for people to be positive change leaders. It's about creating that opportunity for people to get inspired by multiple other people and believe that if you could do it, why can't I? That's the hope that you instill. So thank you very, very much for that. Talking about the mood question, if you ask me, over the last 2 decades, I come from a very, very conservative family. I come from a family which had certain, situations and biases and so on and so forth. But when I look back, 2 decades back, I feel that we've really progressed as a country in pockets. In certain pockets, we've really made great progress. And as you rightly mentioned, that progress hinges upon financial security and education, but most importantly, education, Sanjay ji. The day women get educated and get self-aware of the fact that I am an equal partner of this universe, and it takes 2 flints for us to really make this universe, operate. That's the confidence that we need to really give to all women, whether it is rural sector or maybe in the urban segments also, for that matter. So I would say the change has happened, but the change is rather slow. There's a huge amount of opportunity lying ahead of us, and we see and hear and read so many stories and so many situations that the biases, whether called out or not called out, still continue to be there. So I feel that as a country, and not only as a country, across the globe, there's a huge amount of work, not only for women, but multiple other segments from a social equality standpoint that needs to, the agenda needs to forward. And we can really make that difference by creating awareness, talking about it first and foremost, women acknowledging the fact that, you know what, I am equal, I am enough. It's not that I'm deficient of something. It's not that I can't earn. It's not that I don't have right for good quality health care or education for that matter. So I would say we as a country, we need to strike very hard at the grassroots and start really young, catch them when they are really young and nurture them, nourish them with this thought process. And I couldn't agree more to your comment on financial security and awareness and education and being self-reliant. So through the medium of education, if we can instill that confidence that if you're educated, you have equal opportunity. If you have equal opportunity, you can earn as much. And of course, there are pay package inequalities and all the biases that we all know that we are fighting with. But it's better to begin. The beginning has already reckoned, Sanjay ji. It's about that all of us unify our energies to really make that a larger fight and a larger kind of course to really call upon is what I would say.
Thank you very much. Manjari, any other question you have?
Yes, ma'am. I have another question for you. Women are asked to behave in an ideal way. So do you think it restricts them from growing?
Well, first and foremost, I really want to question that thought process of what is ideal, right? Because man or a woman, at the end of the day, we operate in a cultural environment that we have created to really control one after the other. So I would say there's nothing called as ideal behavior. There are moral grounds and there are ethics that apply equally to all genders, at any given point in time. Having said that, for one to be successful, all that you need is hard work, perseverance, confidence, ability to really go all out and set targets and goals for yourself in your personal and professional life and chase those dreams. And at the end of the day, unless there is hard work and you're organized to really give that effort to really be successful, whether it is a man or a woman, no one can be successful. So I would say, let's encourage each other, let's nourish and enable each other to go out there and smash all those goals and ceilings and whatever biases that we have and succeed as a human being.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I have a question for you, Soyonika ma'am. What laws do you think should be there for a gender-neutral world where gender is neither a constant nor an advantage?
Ma'am, there is
requesting the host to unmute her, please.
Ma'am, there's an icon. You have to just tap on it and you will unmute.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the question, Manjari. Okay, so now I think gender equality, yes, it is a very big question that arises when it comes, though we have been we have seen the world progress, but still we see that a lot of women in the remote areas especially are still lagging behind. So there have been laws like laws against domestic violence or sexual abuse, but it's unfortunate a lot of women are still not aware that such laws exist. So for gender equality, I would say there should be more empowerment. Creating of awareness is the most important thing that should be done. So there can be national awareness camps which can be conducted for making women aware, especially women who are from remote areas, because women who are in the urban areas are still aware of such kind of laws that it exists. But for women from remote areas, I come from the northeastern part of India, so I know that a lot of there are places in my state as well where women do not exactly know that there are laws to protect them. So it is very much important that awareness is created in those pockets, in those areas especially. So that is what I would say, that even though the world is progressing, we should keep in mind the remote areas and then make the laws. We should first see that whether those laws are being implemented in the rural areas or not. Because we as women, so since we are educated, we can raise our voice, but there are many women who still cannot raise their voice and who are still restricted to the household chores. So it is very important that like laws whichever are made should be kept keeping in mind the status of women in the remote areas. That is what I feel.
And Manjari, please allow me, I would add to what my colleague has just mentioned, Soneka ji. There is certainly a need to see that this law reaches. Making laws is not important. Their enforceability, awareness among the masses is the most important aspect. Everybody should know that this is their right. And awakening is on, that I want to say. We have to increase the space. The law should reach jana jana. Each and every person should know what exactly is their right, what exactly, and as Sonika ma'am has very rightly said, that many of our women don't know their rights. You know, I wanted to say very bluntly here that still 90 or 80% of women don't take recently, a day before, I received the case wherein the 4 sisters, brothers are there, but given in writing that they are leaving their share. So today also this is happening. As I said in the beginning, financial stability, financial strength is very, very important. That is what we, you know, whenever I'm talking to, speaking to my students sometime when I get an opportunity, otherwise it is very difficult to take out time. But it is my hobby, it is my duty to give something to the society. In that way only we do. A lot of my students are really, this program is by them only. I'm doing nothing, I'm telling you. These people have made this a success. This is their success, I would say. I have a aim that there should be a spread of legal awareness. Everybody should be aware of his rights, her rights. Then only you can ask for it. You know, as some very prominent jurists have stated, that for a, you know, I'm going in the democratic system. So for a vibrant democracy, you need to have a person who is aware citizen. So if the citizens are not aware, if the woman is not aware about her rights, where she will go and ask for rescue, if I may say. So reaching of law to Janajan is most important. So I just wanted to add this to what Ms. Gogoi said.
Thank you so much, sir. Anybody has any questions?
So, there are a lot of questions on the YouTube chat box. We have still a lot of people who are there. Just see if you could take out. But
yes,
what are your views, Priya ji, on you know, not making of law will not serve the purpose. You have to really.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Sanjay ji, very valid. You know, law after law being created, but are we willing to change? Are we acknowledging that we have the power to really challenge and ask for the right, you know, behavior? And as Soyonika mentioned, it's important that, you know, there are campaigns to create awareness. And these campaigns can be on radio, on, you know, mediums where these women are available. Not everyone has access to, you know, television or maybe other mediums. So we have to really, you know, kind of do outreach to those women who are unfortunate. They're not as, you know, fortunate like us, right? Who have access to internet, access to television and stuff like that. So it's important that it's time for us to really create that awareness, not only create law, but make them aware that you're worthy of being treated equally, worthy of being not inflicted, injustice, so to say. Totally agree with you.
Thank you. And what do you feel, Ms. Gogoi, when we see that, the number of lady lawyers are now coming more and more? Women earlier used to not come for this course. The ratio during our time was, if in a class of, let's say, 75% were men, people were not coming. Now, what is the state of affairs in current time?
Yes, sir. So it is really nice to see that women are progressing, because earlier what used to happen is women were married at a very early age. They did not know that how education can help them in the future. So they were not aware. Now coming into legal profession, so it's a good thing that they are coming to legal profession, because now they will be more aware that there are some rights for them. So it is very now when I see that in my like earlier in my states as well, in my state of in Assam as well, I see that there are so many law colleges which have been established, and on top of that there have been so many women or girls who have enrolled for that law course. So it gives me immense pleasure. It's a pride for us that women are getting into the legal profession, and I feel that since women can do a lot, like when they take up any things in hand, so it is a very good thing that they are coming in this profession, and they will do justice to the work that they take up. So that is what I believe, sir.
And for a lawyer, multitasking is important, and women are expert in multitasking, as everybody says. So that's one thing I thought, because a lot of women folks, and I wanted to share with you all one very, positive side, which is this, that nowadays, lot of new judges which are appointed, in Delhi itself, if I may share with you, about 70%, 60 to 70% judges are women now, the newly appointed judges. So a lot of women, first of all, it is a one-stroke settlement. You need not to struggle. So for a lot of women lawyers are becoming judges these days. So that's what I was listening to Honorable Justice Chandrachud. He also said that at the lower level, lower judiciary now, more and more judges are joining, lady judges are joining, but still at the higher level, at the top level, we don't have so many women judges, and it's still, I would say, dominated by the male folks. But certainly the beginning is already been made. As I said, 60 to 70% judiciary, the lower judiciary in Delhi is now dominated by women judges. So that's this is not a exact data. This I can see based upon what I have seen. So I really admire it, because as Priya ji was saying, that we need equality, and that is very, very necessary for this empowering the woman. When there is equality, there will be no need of asking for anything. Everything is at par, parallel for everybody. There will be no discrimination based upon any sex or anything. So thank you very much from my side. Manjari, if you...
Yeah. Yes.
If our guests...
So I just want to share one thing, Sanjay.
Please do.
Yeah, I just want to say one last thing. It's, about not only about International Women's Day, but generally, it's not about how the world perceives us as women. It's important that how do we perceive our own strengths and gifts and acknowledge it in our own skin. That's the first step we all must take, first and foremost. And once you've taken that step, take lead. Take lead in whatever it is, whether it is workplace, whether it is at home, whether it is about taking decisions. So it's important that we take, first and foremost, change our own perception. How do we perceive our own selves and take lead in decision making? That's the only way how we can take the center stage and arrive the equality that we are seeking. So that's what I would say as part of choose to challenge and change our own behavior, and with that change the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soyonika ma'am and Priya ma'am. It was lovely hearing from you. And we hope whatever you told us, we'll follow in our lives and it be better women's and strong women's for sure. So it was lovely having you.
So for next session, we have, I would request both the current guests, if they have time, their time permits, please be here. And I would ask Tanmay to take charge, and Dr. Seema Singh, along with Dr. Priya Rao. Both of them are here, our guests for the 5th session. And we welcome both of you, though still 6 minutes are there to begin. I would request.
Sorry to interrupt. I think Vipin sir wants to speak something. So
Vipin ji, we are missing you. Where are you?
Actually, he can't unmute. So can you please ask the host to unmute?
Host Manish, can you please unmute Vipin Malhotra ji?
Sure, sir.
Please do. Thank you, dear.
Unmute Tanmay also. I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong.
Yeah, Tanmay.
सर अनम्यूट अभी हुए थे वो, फिर से उन्होंने अपने आप को म्यूट कर लिया। तो खुद अपने आप को म्यूट कर सकते हैं सर?
नहीं, आप तन्मय बाकी लोगों को कर दो प्लीज, because I will be leaving for 5 minutes.
I just wanted to share one thing. It was really a wonderful session. Miss Priya and Sonika Gogoi, it's really wonderful. They have come up with new ideas and new paradigm for women, where they could, they could let their presence be felt. So I wanted to share with you, as our friend Advocate Chadha had said, that 70% judges are there. Let me share with you one thing. In Delhi University, around 85% teachers are women actually. So, the kind of society we are contemplating is showing its, wings. So that is what I just wanted to share.
Tanmay, you can take charge.
Unmute. Manish. Okay. Wait a second.
Manish?
Are you able to unmute yourself, Tanmay, now?
Yeah, I'm able to.
So मैंने उनको ask to unmute किया, बोला है, पर कर नहीं रहे वो खुद कर सकते हैं सर unmute अपने आप को।
नहीं, आप कर दो ना यार।
मैं कर नहीं सकता इधर से। मैं
No,
म्यूट
we are
कर
just
सकता हूँ।
getting
मैंने देखिए
मैं म्यूट कर सकता हूँ बस।
मैंने कर दिया।
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, Tanmay, I have done. Seema ji, please unmute.
Namaskar, Sanjay ji. Namaskar.
Thank you very much. I have to go to Chennai court.
Oh,
so I will take a 5-minute leave and then come back. Meanwhile, Priya ji is saying bye to me. Thank you, Priya ji. You can please come for a minute. I think she has left. So we have Priya Rao also. Tanmay, you can start.
Welcome. It's yes, really wonderful to have you here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. How is everything? It's really nice to have you here. on the Women's Day, and I hope you must have come with new ideas.
Tanmay, you can start, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. A woman is a powerhouse of knowledge, energy, and compassion. Greetings, I am Tanmay, and I will be moderating this session. It is a beautiful day, and we've been listening to women, successful women, and their success stories from various walks of their lives. In this session, we are honored to have with us two inspirational women. A very happy Women's Day to both our speakers. Without further ado, I welcome them to this session. I'd like to first introduce our first speaker, Dr. Seema Singh. Dr. Seema Singh is an assistant professor at the Campus Law Center, University of Delhi. She has published articles in renowned journals, newspapers, and magazines. She has authored 2 books, one on CAA and another on Indian jurisprudence. Ma'am is a socio-political analyst, activist, and guiding force in many public interest litigations against big giants such as WhatsApp and Netflix. Ma'am will be addressing this gathering on the topic protection of women in the existence of social media milieu. It is indeed a pleasure to listen to you, ma'am. We also have with us the guest of honor for this session, Dr. Priya Rao. Ma'am has received honors degree in psychology from Indraprastha College, Delhi University, and did her LLM and PhD from Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur, and is currently an assistant professor in the same. From 2005 to 2007, she has served as a civil judge in the state of Chhattisgarh. She has been awarded several awards in the field of law. She authored 2 books and participated in more than 100 seminars nationally and internationally. She has represented the state of Chhattisgarh in national badminton tournaments. Ma'am is a research director at Legal Studies School. Her aim is to provide information and legal literacy of the law for empowering women in the state of Chhattisgarh so that they can play an active role in reducing crime against women. Ma'am will be sharing her valuable thoughts on the topic, role of legal awareness in women empowerment. We are eagerly waiting to listen to you, ma'am. We'll first have first speaker for today, Seema ma'am, to proceed with her and give us her words of wisdom.
Thank you so much, Tanmay. Thank you so much. And I am very grateful to all of you for inviting me to express my idea over the subject, over the topic. Yes, today we all are celebrating International Women's Day, and it itself reflects that women are discriminated across the globe. International Women's Day all over the world, which is celebrated for the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women from all walks of life, while highlighting the day-to-day problems they face in their professional development. So this International Women's Day, we have chosen a particular day, and the basic reason of choosing this particular day is basically to raise a voice against the discrimination and against the violence which is basically taking place across the globe against the women in all the segments and everywhere, in all the, whether there is a particular religious community, ethnic community, whether it is a developed country, developing country, or the underdeveloped country. So because I am basically so many things, so many laws are there, so many things are there, but basically I am going to deal with the jurisprudence or the philosophical idea of the feminist jurisprudence, because personally I always believe that the problem of gender discrimination is not a legal problem, but it is a social problem. So what is the social problem? Why we are involved in such kind of activity where we are going to treat women as a second-class citizen? We need some kind of contemplation and some very serious thoughts, because women are the representation of the 50%, around 50% population in the entire world. So firstly, I would like to begin with a shloka. And why I'm why I'm mentioning this shloka, because I just want to tell you that how the degradation is in our behavior is causing so much damage to our life and to the repute of the women as well. Because if the women's life is going to be is not peaceful, it is not dignified, then we cannot presume or believe that the human existence or a family can peacefully coexist. So the shloka says Narajyam naraja sina dandyo nacha dandika dharmaneyo prajasannam rakshanti ham paraspartvam parasparam. There is no kingdom, nor any king, no criminal, nor any judge to give penalty. All the people protect each other by the virtue of dharma. Why I am mentioning this shloka particularly here today on Women's Day? Because right now I am just going to discuss the legal provisions and the legal aspects which are basically dealing with the protection of women. This particular shloka says when the people are going to follow the virtuous path, there is no need of law. Presently, India is a country where the highest number of legislations and provisions are there to protect the women's dignity and their right. They are 54 in numbers. But then too, can we say that we are able to protect their dignity? We are able to protect their life? You just forget about the dignity. Even if a girl child, it is very difficult for a girl child to be born. You just imagine that in what kind of society we are living. Once a woman is pregnant, the first legislation which comes into the picture is the Prenatal Diagnostic Technique Regulation and Practices of Misuse Act 1994. And what is the purpose? The purpose is to protect that it should not be allowed to be determined that whether the child is a girl child or not. If the first test is somehow passed, a girl child has passed, then the second thing is the medical termination of pregnancy. If she is a girl child, then the probabilities are very high that she can be, the fetus can be terminated. If she born successfully, then within the family and within the society, she passes through different kind of discrimination. Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, Immoral Trafficking Act, then POXO Act to protect our children against the sexual abuses and the sexual violence. Then once she is out of the house, she goes to the college, she goes into the outer world, different provisions for IPC to protect her. If she is in the marriageable age, then there is a Dowry Prohibition Act. If she is going to the workplace, then there is a POSH Act. There is a Lakshmi Act to protect against this acid attack. There is a Equal Remuneration Act. There is a Maternity Benefit Act, and there are so many other acts and the provisions. So what basically all these legislations and provisions are reflecting? They are reflecting that as a society, as a collective consciousness, we are not even able to provide a safe atmosphere to our women, to our girls, to our children, and it is a very thoughtful situation. And remember, we have traveled this much of journey because it means as a society, we are not ready to take any responsibility. As a society, we are failed because we cannot give protection to our girl child. We cannot give protection to our women. And remember, once I am talking about these much of legislation, there is so much of a struggle to attain even or to get even this much of legislation. And then in brief, I am just going to mention certain cases which are very important for me to discuss here. We all are aware about the Aruna Shanbag case. I am also going to highlight some cases where the judiciary is also not very much interested in protecting the dignity and life of women. Like the first case about which I am talking, that is the Aruna Shanbag case. Aruna Shanbag, who is a nurse who has been raped in the Bombay hospital, but ultimately, and remember, she lived for 42 long years in a vegetable state. But in that particular case, rapist has not been convicted for rape, but he was convicted for the robbery and assault. You know, the lady has lost her a dignified life. She lived in the vegetable state for 42 long years. And how much punishment has been given? Only for robbery and assault. Then the second important case comes into the picture, and that is the Bhauri Devi case. A social worker who just want to stop the child marriage, she has been brutally gang raped. But what ultimately happened? She was raped again and again and again during the trial. And ultimately, the High Court decides that there are not sufficient evidences to establish the guilt of the accused person. So the rapists were allowed to go free. After this judgment, there was a lots of hue and cry, and Vishaka case came into the picture. And luckily, in the case of Vishaka, for the first time, the Supreme Court has passed few guidelines to protect the dignity of women at workplace. Then we are also very much aware about the Mathura rape case. Mathura, a minor girl who has been raped, who has been gang raped inside the police station. the court has allowed the police personnel to go scot-free only on this basis that there was no mark of resistance over her body. Then there is a Jessica Lal case, Naina Sahani case, Arushi Talwar case, Nirbhaya case, Hyderabad gruesome rape case, rape and murder case. There are so many criminal cases against women, heinous crime against the women in Kerala, in West Bengal, in Madhya Pradesh, in Uttar Pradesh, and in different parts of the world. So why there are so much crimes against the women? And believe me, this problem is not only the problem of India. This problem is going to be faced in the entire world. And in the Western world, if you go and check the ratio of the crime, then the condition or the crime against women is much higher in comparison to the developing country like India. So what is the reason? Because here we say that the women are not getting equal opportunity. But in the countries like America, in the European countries, they are fighting for their basic rights. Maybe many of you are not aware that till 20th century, they were fighting for the most basic right, like right to education, right to equality, right to vote, and right to property. And that was the reason that a strong feminist movement started in the European countries. And the result was that this 8th March, that is also celebrated, you know, because there was the huge demand across the globe from the different feminist group that they want these rights for themselves. And through this, celebrating this day, for the first time, their rights were acknowledged by the international world. So remember, these problems are prevailing across the globe. In the Western world, in a very late hour, in late 20s, basically 20th century, they start receiving the rights to vote, right to equality, right to education, and obviously the introduction of the contraceptive pills that brought a sexual revolution in the Western world. That's altogether different kind of history. But one thing which is very much important, that because of this discrimination, a counter jurisprudence was created especially in America, and that is known as the feminist jurisprudence. And one of the very important branch of this feminist jurisprudence is the radical feminism or radical feminist jurisprudence. So what is this radical feminist jurisprudence? Radical feminist jurisprudence means there is a group of women which claim that they don't need men. Whatever men are doing, whatever kind of liberty they are enjoying, we are going to enjoy, or we will enjoy the same kind of liberty, either that is related with the consumption of liquor or that is the sexual liberty. But what is the problem these ladies are going to face in the American countries? I will also discuss all these things subsequently. And remember, in the another part of the world, in the Islamic countries, again, the women are going to face the same kind of problem. What is the problem? They are fighting for their right to life. They are fighting for their dignity. They don't have even basic rights. They don't have even basic freedoms. So there are different kinds of organizations which are working across the world, and they are operating from the different part of the world. And few very important such Muslim Islamic women organizations are Musawa and Sisters in Islam. They are operating from the different part of the world, and they are trying to interpret the Islamic law with the perspective of a woman, because they believe that the entire Islamic legislation, the entire Islamic law, that has been interpreted with a patriarchal mindset. So they are also fighting for their basic rights. So this is the situation. And when we talk about the India, since 80s to 2020, crime against women, they are rising with the level of 875%. There is a hike of 875% crime against women. So this is the data. And now when we see the severity of the crime, neither a girl child is a newborn baby is safe, nor a girl child is safe, nor neither a young girl is safe, nor an old lady is safe. So all different, you know, women of the different age group, they are going to face different kind of discriminations. They are going to face different kind of problem. Now, what personally I want to discuss here, I want to discuss here that what is the reason of this discrimination? whether at any point of time there was any society which used to believe in equality. What is the meaning of equality? Can we define equality, or in the basis of equality, in the name of the equality, we are going to create more binary system? So firstly, let's try to understand with my perspective that what is the meaning of equality and what is the status of women, or what should be the status of women in a particular society. Remember, I am going to talk about India firstly, because you know India is a country, is the only country in the entire world which has 7,000 years old written economic history. I am talking about economic history. Rest of the things are much older than this much. So the important issue is in the Indian society, because we live in India, how women would basically perceived. So this is the country of spiritual democracy. And when we talk about the spiritual democracy means India is a country which believed a lot in the consciousness or the self-evolution theory. What is the meaning of theory of consciousness? Theory of consciousness means India never believed in the concept of binary system. Binary system means, what is the binary system? We are going to see the perspective in the form of male and female, man and woman, girl and boy, majority and minority, forward and backward. So basically we want to see the words in through two eyes. But what basically Indian society says, there is a beautiful definition of equality in India, and I have never got, because I also keep reading the things. The most important thing is we talk about equality, but can we define what is the equality? If you try to read and understand the definition of equality, we are not able to get, at least I am not able to get an appropriate definition of what is the meaning of at least gender equality. So here I have read a definition, and I like this definition very much, and that's why I am going to discuss this definition here, that how India perceives the idea of gender equality. And what it says जो चने की दाल होती है, चने की दाल के ऊपर एक खोल होती है, उसके अंदर दो बीजपत्र एक दूसरे से जुड़े होते हैं, ना एक दूसरे से छोटा होता है और ना एक दूसरे से बड़ा होता है, और बाहर से दिखने पे वो एक लगते हैं. उनमें से अगर एक दूसरे को छोटा करने की कोशिश करेगा, then they will lose their identity, then they will lose their existence. And this is the definition of gender equality in Indian philosophy. They are saying that men and women are very much like ये जो दाल है इसकी तरीके से होते हैं. So there should not be any concept of gender superiority. So when we talk about the gender equality means we should accept each other's identity, and we should realize it that we cannot live without each other. We are the part of the nature. Our genders are the gift of the nature. So the way we are, we should enjoy our identity. And there are many other things which are basically related with jurisprudence, because here now we discuss a lot. And yes, I told you a few minutes earlier also that in America, there is a lots of fight till 20th century for the right to equality and right to dignity. And remember, very recently in the Spain and Sweden, the women were protesting for equal pay for equal work. But what was the status in India? And I am discussing these things just to perceive this idea, just to throw this idea that there was a time when we used to live like this. It means it is something which is not impossible. And to prove my idea, I'm just going to give you certain examples. Like in the case of Mahabharata, there is a beautiful quote which talks about the feminist jurisprudence. When Bhishma Pitama is on the deathbed, he has mentioned a quote to Yudhishthir, and that is a basic idea of feminist jurisprudence. And what it says he is saying that in any family, in any society, and in any country, if the women are not respected, then that family, that society, and that country cannot survive. The same thing we also get in the case of Manu Smriti, which says Yatra Naryat Pujyate Tatra Ramante Devta. And simultaneously, when we read Ramayana, in the case of Ramayana, when Ram basically killed Bali, Bali says, I am such a powerful person. Why you killed me? Instead of preferring Sugri, if you are going to prefer me, then I am going to provide you more supporting idea. I can provide you more better strength to overcome the power of the Ravana. But what Rama has says there, Rama is saying, Anuj Vadu Bhagni Sutanari Sunisat Kanya hai samchari Inau Kudrishta Bilokai Joy Tahi Bahu Kachupap na hoi. It means if you are going to, or anybody should treat the wife of brother, the wife of son, and the sister as their own daughter. And if somebody is going to keep any kind of ill eye over these people, then such kind of people should be killed. So this means the society at that point of time, even in the Rig Veda, when we talk about the writers who have written the Ved, there are 23 female rishikaएं who has participated in writing the Vedas. They were entitled for equal right to property. They have full right to education. They have right to remain single. And many of you are not aware that the lady like Gargi, she decided to get married in very late age. There is a Gargi college also, and we are all are aware about her name. So if they wanted to remain single, they were allowed to remain single. If they wanted to get married, then the right to choose their life partner, that was basically their right. That's why till 1200 AD in India, we can get the concept of Swayambar, where a woman was allowed to choose their man. Now the problem is, why basically there is a strong shift? Because once there is, on one hand, like the women were, on one hand, I am going to tell you that the women were warrior, the women were educated, they were very much educated, they have right to life, right to dignity, right to equality, right to property. Then suddenly what basically happened, that India has converted into a country where the women are fighting for their most basic fundamental right. We all are aware that India has been invaded at many point of time, and it was ruled by the people for many years. And slowly, we all forgot about our past and history. And by the passes of time, the same thing, and presently basically whatever is happening at the global level, and there are so many reasons, I will also discuss those reasons. Slowly, we basically started fighting for our basic right. We cannot forget Jhansi ki Rani, Lakshmi Bai. We cannot forget Ahilya Bai Holkar. We cannot fight many other women who have contributed very significantly in the freedom, in the war of the freedom. And it means that even at that point of time, the men or our society were ready to accept them as their leader. So where is the problem? The problem is, by the passes of time, when the Britishers left India, there is a constant change in the psyche of the people of this country. And what is the change of the psyche? Remember, in the beginning, and it is happening globally, in the beginning, life was more important. So what people used to believe, my consciousness is very much like your consciousness. We are not only bodies, but we are conscious souls. So whatever my pain and pleasure, the same pain and pleasure belongs to you also. So if I am going to feel some kind of pain, if something is going to hurt me, then I should not repeat the same behavior with you. So from the conscious soul, we converted into a conscious body, and then we converted into only body, and then we started believing in the binary system. Binary system means he is male, I am female, he is man, I am woman, he is a boy, she is a girl. This binary system, basically, it created an atmosphere where we are going to identify ourselves only on the basis of gender. Now we have forgotten. So we have created a new kind of construction where the people are going to be identified on the basis of their gender only. We have started giving preference to the gender. So in the name of equality, we are basically just going to discuss the gender issue. So what is the important thing? The important thing is, from a conscious soul to gender binary, wherever, in whatever direction basically we are moving, that is the construction of gender evolution. But what is the justice? The meaning of justice is, because I am giving you one example, very recently, last year, 17 countries contacted us, and for what purpose they are contacting? You just see that how the things backfire if we are not going to understand the things in the correct way. These people were from the different part of Europe. They were from the America, and there were some Asian countries also. They contacted India and they said that the family system has completely collapsed in their respective countries. So they wanted to learn from India. So if the family system is going to collapse, then what problem these people are going to say? In the case of American society, the wife says, if the husband is not going to do this, and why I should do that? So what is the problem? The children are going to suffer from different kind of psychological problems. The family system is going to collapse. They are not ready to live with each other. And if something became most important for all of them, then that is the economics, that is the money. Everybody is involved in earning money, but they are not enjoying each other's company, because there is a psyche of sexual dominance. Who will dominate over whom? These people, when they contacted us, they requested us that because the family system has completely collapsed in our country, we are going to face from different kind of psychological problem. The people are living alone. You have seen the very recent example of Japan, where the Japan has created a special ministry to deal with the problem of those people who are living single, and they are facing from different kind of psychological disorder, and they are also committing suicide. So there is a loneliness ministry. So what is the problem? Because of the collapse of the family, the people are going to face such problem. These people have reached us because they wanted to know that how Indian family system basically works, because family system is the gift of India to the world. And in India, the family system has been identified more than 5,000-year-old tradition. So they wanted to learn from us. So why I am discussing this thing? I am discussing this thing that if we are not able to understand the feminist jurisprudence in the correct sense, if we are not able to understand gender equality in the correct sense, then definitely it is going to backfire one day, and we will also convert into isolated society. So the problem of the gender discrimination, it is a psychological problem. It is a psychological barrier which never allow us to think and realize that we are the part of the nature. We are only human being. We are not necessarily only man and woman. So this is the this is the most basic problem. What next I wanted to tell you, because I think I have consumed my time, I just wanted to conclude that women are definitely suffering from different kind of social and economical and political discrimination also. They are the subject to different kind of violences also. But if we want to stop these things, law cannot be the only idea. The important thing is to firstly, the women should realize their own strength, that they are empowered. Law is an instrument to give them realization that they are empowered, but definitely the legal system, the way the legal system works, it is also not very easy to get justice from. It is not a very convenient idea to get justice from the system. Law or the women issues, basically, they are the problem of they are related with the society. So the society should take the collective responsibility. The family system should be strengthened, and the mothers and the father, they should teach their sons to respect the woman. That is something which is very important. And here I am talking about the value system. Economic independence, social awareness, these things are very, very important. Then only we will be able to say, we will be in this position to say that we can give a positive and protective atmosphere to our girl child. And believe me, if we are not able to do this, then in that circumstances, it doesn't make any sense that we are a very developed country. So if we need not to be only powerful in terms of money, but simultaneously we should create a society where the dignity and life of a woman could also be protected. So with this, I just want to close my address, and I simply want to say that from conscious soul to conscious body, and from body to men and women and boy and girl, this is a journey of gender revolution. If we want to just get the justice, then we should just reverse the order, because the God has given the consciousness to each cell, we all are aware that there is a single cell, and from a single zygote the embryo is going to be created, and from that embryo different body parts are going to be created. Each and every cell is conscious about their duty. So as a human being, being the part of the nature, we should also be very much aware about the duty, and our first duty is to respect the dignity of others, whatever, whether that is a human being, that is a male, that is a female, that is an animal. Unless and until we are going to respect others, we are not going to create a peaceful world where everybody could stay harmoniously. So with this, I am just going to close my dialogue to all of you. Thank you so much. If you have any question and answer, then I am ready to answer the questions.
Thank you so much. In fact, I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, it was absolutely insightful. I mean, something I would never thought of listening to today. And I love the way you started it from the concept of dharma and from the concept of the very beginning of what exactly and how exactly all of this started. And you bring in Mahabharata and Ramayana, and you tell things like Yatra Naryaksha Pujante Ramante Tatra Devata. These things are taught to us from the very beginning of our lives, and from the very beginning at houses. That is the first thing we learn, irrespective of whatever we learn around the world, or irrespective of where we go, what we do. We remember our base and our roots from where we come and what we're doing today. So I think this is just amazing, ma'am. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure listening to you. And I love the way it is put up. And I have a few questions. So if I can put
I think to both my guests, I want to share, Tanmay is also a law student, and she is one of my interns. So both of you should feel good about it. Dr. Seema and Dr. Priya ji. Seema ji, I think now Priya ji will be speaking, and we want you to remain here to answer the questions.
Yeah,
So
sure.
It's a pleasure, sir. It's a pleasure listening to both of you. In fact, ma'am,
I request you to please.
We're going to Priya, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am, we request you to give your thoughts on the topic.
Sanjay sir, sorry, I am interrupting. Actually, I have to take my mother to the hospital, so I have to leave. So if there is few questions, then please allow me to answer the question, because immediately I'll have to leave.
No, can't you stay till 3:30?
No, sir, I'm
because
sorry.
It's just half an hour.
Because I have to take my mother to the hospital.
I think let her have the questions. There is no problem.
We can have. Priya ji, we will have one or two questions with Seema ji. Then we will begin with you with your.
Sorry for your inconvenience, ma'am. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Ma'am, so the question that I wanted to put is that there is you have started from the root. So we all know that in today's society, speaking the ground reality, speaking from homes, we know that women are their own enemies. If I have to put it in a very common, normal language, Saas Bahu problems, or the problems that are there at homes that we face. So women are their own enemies. And that's where we are connecting ourselves to the Mahabharata or the Ramayana, the same people who teach us. It's the grandparents or the parents, same people who teach us all of this. And they know that these Smruti, Shrutis, and our Vedas also teach about gender equality and all of that. And despite of all of this, they themselves don't respect each other as women, and they themselves don't bring that in forward. So how can we actually take them back to that thought and then ask them to think through and come back and start changing their mindset? What steps can we take from the house?
Actually, Tanmay, you have raised a very valid question. The problem is, in this era of globalization, we have objectified the female body. So if this is a very major problem. So how we are going to perceive a woman? She is only a body. That's why I'm saying that from the conscious soul, we traveled a journey now where we believe only in the binary system. So earlier, what was the issue? What used to happen in the Indian culture? In Indian culture, we used to believe that we are conscious souls. So whatever your pains and happiness, the same belongs to me also. But by the passage of time, when the society changes, we started believing in the dominance, physical dominance. So because male are physically more powerful in comparison to women, so they started believing that they can control them. Subsequently, when the society changes, now the economics means the earning becomes everything, because men they are earning, so they are going to control everything. So by the passage of time, and obviously the cultural onslaught in India, that has also played a very important role. And we don't know, because I am very much sure I have discussed many points about which people generally don't talk. So we have left our roots. We don't know who we are. So what, even in the India, if you go and read in Indian society, there are 5 levels of consciousness. But in the present world where we believe only in physical existence. So you know that when the physical existence dominate, then they develop such kind of psyche where we want to control others. And we have developed a social pattern where a mother, when she was a daughter, or when she as a wife, she is suffering from her husband. But when she becomes the mother-in-law, she does the same behavior with her daughter-in-law. So, you know, this is a psychological disorder, because there is a kind of, you know, imbibe revenge. Whatever I have gone through, I will do the same thing with my daughter-in-law. That's why I am saying a discussion is very much required. This is not a problem which could be solved through the legislations. This is a problem which needs a serious contemplation. I gave you an example that why there are 54 legislations to protect women. Why as a society we cannot take this responsibility that at least our girls are safe within the 4 walls of the house. You go and check the data, 96% crimes are taking place within the 4 walls of the house. So who are the criminals? The known people, the relatives, they are the criminals. They are causing these kinds of violences. This is a psychological disorder. And another important thing is, we are talking about, you know, we are developing a society where we are saying that the society has completely, you know, sexualization of society. It is happening through internet, it is happening to media, and sometimes it is happening to judicial pronouncements also, where we are talking about the sexual freedom. But how these things are going to affect the psychology of a young mind, there is no study, and we do not want to discuss these things. So some very serious things are required. The basic problem is what we believe now, that whatever is our past, that is bad, and whatever is present, that is right. So we should also try to understand, if they said something that we should behave in like that, in this particular manner, then what is the reason of that? So we should know ourselves, we should know our roots, and the self-realization, for me, it should be a very essential part of our curriculum also. In our syllabus also, we are just teaching the students, and you know what they are doing, ratta marno aur le ja karke wahan pe. This is not the correct way of teaching. There is no model to develop ethics, there is no model to develop humanity, there is no model to teach a value system. And that's why now the entire world is suffering. And you can see in every branch now they are using the word ethics, ethical management, ethical law. So even they have the whole world is realizing that this term ethics is very much important. So that should be introduced in the family, it should be introduced in the society, and it should be introduced in the family system. This is the only way out to deal with this problem.
Ma'am, we have one last question, and then we can proceed. So the question is, ma'am, you mentioned about family system, and people in the West or people in the other countries coming back and looking at our family system and trying to follow that. But we are progressing, and in the name of progressing, we are moving towards a system that is not traditionally acceptable in the Indian society, but we're moving into a system that is Western by nature. So what is your take on that? How are we going to, is that going to affect gender equality? Is that going to increase scope for gender equality, or is that going to reduce the scope for gender equality?
You know, I think we need to define this term progress. How we are going to define the term progress? For us, economic development is the symbol of progress. So, but for my understanding, if we are going to define the present day world, then we are more modernized, but we are not more civilized, you know, because a civilized society doesn't need so much of laws. Why there are so much of international conventions, why there are so much international covenants, why there are so much legislation? It seems, it reflects that we are not respecting each other's right. So, you know, earlier the society used to believe in collective wisdom and collective goodness. Now from collectivism, we are moving in the direction of individualism, where my freedom, my right, these things are more important to us. We are not realizing about these problems, but the Western world is suffering a lot because they are suffering from loneliness. They are suffering from various kinds of mental disorder. In the United Kingdom and in the Japan, in the name of the progress, they picked this life which is very individualistic, and now they are committing suicide. Japan is the country, you know, they are economically they are very prosperous, but highest numbers of suicides are taking place in Japan. What is the reason? The reason is loneliness. So, you know, can you enjoy your prosperity in this way? How much cost you are going to pay for these kinds of development? So, you know, the progress is the prosperity, and the progress should be distributed. It cannot be enjoyed by a single person. I cannot enjoy everything if the rest of the people living around me, they are not in a good condition. That's why Indian thoughts is, you know, they are very wisdomful. They are talking about the serve. Everybody should be prosperous. Everybody should be healthy. If everybody is not prosperous, I cannot enjoy my prosperity. If everybody is not, healthy, China has spread a virus. Initially, they started suffering. Subsequently, the whole world started suffering. So if the others are not healthy, I can also not enjoy my life. And that is the reason, unless and until we are going to redefine the things in the appropriate way, because this corona has also given a very good lesson for us that what should be the model of the development. And you know, now we are talking about the happiness index. Now we are talking about the satisfaction. And initially the system which used to believe only in the cognitive intelligence, they are talking about, no, there are other types of intelligence which are equally important. They are emotional intelligence, they are social intelligence, environmental intelligence, and spiritual intelligence. So we should realize these things, that mere cognitive intelligence or the mere feeling of a bodily feeling that we are only a body, this cannot solve the problem. We should believe that the nature has made us a social animal. We cannot live without other. And unless until, that's why Will Durant says, he has written a book and he says that India is the only country in the world which was not only prosperous, but it also distributed this prosperity with the whole world, with the entire world. And that's why India has a big intellectual stature, which subsequently we lost. And now we are not even ready to think that what is our past. So most of the answers of our problem in our history, but the problem is we do not want to discuss them. But the entire world, I have given you examples, 17 countries approach us that we are suffering from this problem. And by the passes of time, because as per my understanding, very soon the whole world is going to contemplate, and the whole world will have to accept the new model of happiness, which is definitely not GDP based. So the prosperity and peace, they are going to be redefined very soon, as per my understanding.
Thank you very much, Dr. Seema Singh.
Thank you,
I
sir.
know you have taken out time from your busy schedule, and today you have to take your mom also. So please, all the best to you. Thank you very much once again. And now I would request Tanmay to please invite our next guest. Thank you, Seema
so
ji.
much. Thank you, Tanmay. Thank you, Priya ma'am. I'm sorry I couldn't hear you. Some other day, definitely I'll be with you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. We have with us Dr. Priya Rao, who is an extremely insightful person that I'm waiting to listen to. I'm sure all of you are also waiting. Without further ado, I'll ask Dr. Priya ma'am to give her words.
Yeah. Good afternoon to one and all in this forum. And actually, there has been a lot of continuous online webinars which I had to attend. And at the present, I have already finished over with 2 of them. And this is the 3rd one. And I am on my way for an award function. One I have already received, as you can see here, and the other two are on the line. So I'm very sorry for being sitting inside the car and speaking to you all, because sir is very prompt and very punctual about the timing. So I have to stand in a way in a corner of the road and I'm speaking. So please, I render my apologies for this.
No,
So
you're most
let me
welcome,
start.
and we want to congratulate you for these, your wonderful achievements. I want to say one line before you begin.
Yes, sir.
As far as Dr. Priya Rao is concerned, she is, such a dear sister to me, I must say, that we've been interacting a lot also. And she has done wonderful work. And that is what, at 3:30, she has a prize distribution ceremony where she is being awarded. Before this program, I think at 1 o'clock, this award she has just shown you.
Yes, sir.
So she is a popular figure in the Raipur and adjacent areas. So once again, thank you very much. You've been always very, very kind to join hands with us in our mission of spreading legal awareness, as I call it. And you are one of the pillars of it. Thank you very much, Priya ji. As I call you always my younger sister. So you are most welcome. Everybody is waiting for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Tanmay. So now let me begin with my speech. See, if you see the history, there has been a lot of talks going on about the women empowerment, and then there are several aspects which need to be focused on, because women empowerment in a way includes several aspects, not only the physical aspect of it. If you see, there is political empowerment, there is social empowerment, there is economic empowerment, which needs to be stressed upon, because unless and until there is social empowerment, which is सामाजिक सशक्तिकरण, जब तक समाज में हम बदलाव नहीं लाएंगे, सबकी मनोदशा में बदलाव नहीं लाएंगे, तब तक सशक्तिकरण पॉसिबल नहीं है। उसी प्रकार से इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट भी इसलिए आवश्यक है, क्योंकि यदि हम देखें तो हमारी जो अर्थव्यवस्था है वहां पे मैक्सिमम लेडीज काम कर रही हैं, चाहे वो फार्म का हो, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर हो, चाहे वो टेक्नोलॉजी का सेक्टर हो, आईटी सेक्टर हो, मैक्सिमम लेडीज उसमें काम कर रही हैं. सो देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ like importance of economic empowerment which needs to be stressed upon. And then I'm talking about the political empowerment, because the legislature, if you have a role, if you have participation or say in the lawmaking procedure in the legislature, then only you will be able to give your sensitivity towards the laws which are being made for the females. And there'll be several aspects which can be included in it, because if you see the elections which happened in 2019, 718 women participated in it, contested in the election, but there were only 78 women who could qualify as member of parliament. So देखा जाए तो जो population है उसके अनुपात में हमारा जो प्रतिनिधित्व है वो बहुत कम है, और ये इसीलिए है, इसीलिए आवश्यकता पड़ रही है आज हम इस फोरम में आप लोग सबके समक्ष उपस्थित हुए कि हम डिस्कस करें कि वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट क्या होता है और क्यों आवश्यक है. और इसीलिए व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू प्रेजेंट माय पेपर इज अपॉन द effect of law, like what is the need of legal awareness, or what is the requirement of legal literacy for women empowerment. So let me start with it. Women have evolved over the centuries. They have been pictured in different roles in the history of civilizations and have been an integral, though not glorified, component of it. Every culture in the world has portrayed women as the good daughter, ideal wife, and respectable mother. In itself will fulfill her existence, that they don't need to pursue any profession or specialization in discipline of art, culture, or science. Though her rigorous journey, through her rigorous journey, the woman has made a Nike for herself in this patriarchal society and has fought for her existence and rights of freedom. Her endeavors have helped her political aspirations and have led into creation of special laws and acts which provide her equal access to her personal and professional growth and development. Our Indian Constitution too is sensitive to issues related to women and has made provisions, both constitutional and legal, for women to balance the socio-economic fabric of the Indian society. An understanding and comprehension of how to implement them in real life situation is what needs to be worked upon. There are several laws. There are more than 30 laws which are in existence in India. But the problem, where is the problem coming? Why the crime rate is not decreasing? Why is NCRB showing the data where there is a continuous increase in the crime rate against women, violence against women? talking about domestic violence, if you see, or sexual harassment at workplace, there are violences which are continuously increasing. Rampant increase in the crime rate is there. This is because there is a problem in the implementation of these laws. There is no strict implementation which is taking place. Let us talk about the police machinery or the judiciary, because I've already worked in judiciary for 2 years. I know the situation. There is dearth of judges, there is less number of judges, but there are plenty of cases, and because of the workload, the judiciary is not able to work or give its 100%, rather I should say. So the problem is in the implementation, not in the laws. So women in our country are viewed through the patriarchal lens, and they remain silent and marginalized in several households, hence giving the men of the house an upper hand and voice in the decision-making process. It becomes highly significant for these women to speak for themselves, and for achieving this, we need to call out the information from them and understand how they can be made more aware about the rights. So legal awareness, if we talk about, the term legal can be identified as something related to law or permitted by the law. The word in itself refers to the distinguished parts of the society, that is the material, information, and subjective areas. By material, we mean the role played by the state and legal organizations and institutions of law. The information area talks about the legal information in terms of facts, historical truths, and logical constitution of the social knowledge economy. The subjective aspect of the term legal is associated with the legal consciousness and awareness among citizens. It is this aspect which is used in declaring whether justice has been done in this society or not. Hence, we may say that legal awareness helps a person to define his role in the social upliftment of the country and individuals on the whole. It helps us in recognizing the law as an objective social reality and contributes to the recognition of existence of subjective reactions of the people to the laid down laws in the country. It is indisputed that the women in the Indian society have been victims of intolerance and social injustice in terms of basic human necessities to property inheritance matters or for domestic violence at home. Even when the Indian Constitution provides for several benefits for women, status of women in our country is clearly not a desired one. The fact behind the status of women is the lack of awareness of these rights is what makes the women not stand for themselves and their right to equal opportunities. Legal awareness is the key global skill one ought to possess in order to be a true and productive citizen of the country. The youth today have quicker access to the information of any kind as they are competent enough to use technology around them. Awareness of any nature is supported by the knowledge and perception of the target information. Since the sources of knowledge are at loose now, it becomes important for the educators and teachers to ensure this knowledge is perceived potently and built into a constructive part of child's awareness of this knowledge. Legal awareness and knowledge are indispensable part of citizens' education program too, because they enlighten and empower the person and to help them to scale new heights of progression and free himself or herself from the access of the executive or any existing authority. It is the central key to unlocking the door of positive change that we have cried out for so long in the years gone by and desired so much. So the basic stress is on the importance of legal literacy and how it can affect the pattern of overall development of the female. India has the distinction of being the world's largest functioning democracy. Ever since her independence, India has been growing and developing through a democratic system of governance, which involves self-rule by people, clearly implying that the citizens are the constituents of not only the country, but the foundation of democracy on which the entire structure of legal framework lies. Legal literacy is the core basis of survival of our constitutional democracy. Our entire judicial setup functions on the presumption that all people are aware of their rights and are able to approach the concerned institutions. Legal literacy is empowerment of individuals, as said by ex-Chief Justice of India, P. Sathasivan. He rightly pointed out that legal literacy is empowerment of individuals concerning issues that involve the law, which helps in the promotion of legal consciousness, participation in the formation of laws and policies and rule of law. Simply, if I put it, legal literacy means the elementary knowledge of law and information about the legal process and not explicitly in depth the advocacy. It is essential to make sure that the government and the judiciary focuses on making basic legal education available for all the persons in India. It is crucial to understand that the foundation of our constitution faces risk of erosion if legal awareness is limited to select few people who consciously or knowingly adopt the study of law. Let alone basic compulsory education for all, the government has failed to rectify the dismal situation of lack of education and awareness that India is reeling under, which puts a question mark on the legal education and awareness setup. Legal literacy and awareness are proven effective arms that can be used to bring about the radical change that the society wants, which can happen if such legal education is transmitted at the grassroots level. With the ever-expanding population, social change, and booming economy comes the downside of persistent problems that are still prevalent in India. That is proving to be a major obstacle in the path of India's progress and major obstacle in the development of a female. Issues such as corruption, increasing crime rate amongst the people belonging to the lower strata of the society, poverty, mounting unemployment, and more are directly or indirectly linked to the lack of education, which creates prisoners or victims who rot in their prisons or in some dingy corner of cities underbelly, witnessing their life being either taken away from them or decomposing every day. As a result, creating a negative, grim canvas whereby the people are affected and the law and democracy completely fail to serve the true purpose. Hence, in order to eliminate the problems present, the government and the judiciary must fortify the structure of society. The people, by ensuring the progression, dissemination, and overall spread of education and awareness about law, followed with the basic legal education, which should be diffused via right policies, information, organizational, legal camps in villages, schools, and including the law as a subject in the curriculum, will serve the dual purpose of legal and country progression, extension of the democratic consciousness. Until one gains basic understanding of how to safeguard his life and property via legal methods and guaranteed rights, the dream of developed and progressive society shall remain an ideal to be achieved and not into a reality. Such legal literacy must entail it should be comprehensive legal awareness about oneself, about the capacity of a citizen, and about the basic knowledge of the constitution, which is the paramount law of land, and must be made readily available to all citizens, both young and old, poor and rich alike. They will shield them from injustice and the negative repercussions of the economic, political, and social issues, and also assist them in asserting themselves better in the political events and voice their opinion effectively to bring about the change they want to see in their environment. So in the last, I would like to say that legal literacy for this reason is an instrument of change and will help in bringing about radical differences in the lives of those who use this instrument to be the best of their ability. And there have been studies which say that better implementation of these policy and constitutional mandates that guarantee right to education, legal awareness directly or indirectly will be helpful for the development of whole society, and the assistance which is being provided by the legal jurists, academicians, professors, advocates, and such other professionals, they can help, they can aid in better understanding of law and the working of law. So it is the pertinent requirement now to understand the basic education entailing mandatory legal awareness and knowledge, which is the first step towards making India rise as a superpower nation in the reality, which will not only metaphorize the lives of the people, but bring a drastic change in the way the society function in all avenues. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for giving me an opportunity to be amongst you and to present my views on it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
So nice, concise, and what are the duties as lawyer, as teachers, as students, everybody have a real important duty for spreading the legal awareness. And everybody has a small bit, I think. If everybody does so, I don't think we are far from achieving our goals. We have Honorable Shri Dr. Professor Vipin K. Malhotra ji. He's a mentor to me. As I say earlier, also I have said so, and he's guided me. We are friends since our college days. He was the university topper in graduation, in post-graduation, in MPhil, and now he's doing the same work, that is spreading the good work, spreading the awareness, spreading the platform where he sits. He's a professor in a college, and of course teacher in charge of the Department of Political Science in Sri Aurobindo College. I once again welcome you, sir. But we have Priya ji. I want Vipin ji to put across some questions from her also. She is also doing a wonderful work of spreading legal awareness, preparing law students every year, every day. She is helping them a lot and using all her resources. That is what I have seen. So I really congratulate you, Priya, especially for doing the wonderful work which you are doing. Vipin ji, if you want to ask something.
Advocate Sanjay Chadha ji is actually my mentor. In fact, he says always the reverse. And he has been the source of inspiration, not because of his enormous, success in his life, but he has been a kind friend, his humane nature, and that is what I weigh. There may be thousands of people who are successful. They have stolen the limelight. They have inspired. But this faculty is rarely available. He had been a, kind human being, a kind friend.
I think we should stop his mutual admiration.
He is always there, even in the midnight. If I tell him to have some words, so to discuss something, and I'm feeling pain.
Thank you, Vipin ji. Now I think let us stop this mutual admiration.
Actually, this is coming from the core of my heart. So I can understand that we are amidst formal program, but I could not resist myself saying that. Having said that, Priya ji has valuably, analyzed the legal paraphernalia which women, have right now and the constitutional mandate. But what I feel, and over the time I will also discuss about it, that merely having a law will not help. And other speakers have also said the same thing, that it is not good that we should have more and more laws. This does not speak good of the society. We have to have more sensitivity. We should not be more right-oriented. We should be more duty-oriented. And we, in our Shastras, has acknowledged that the women have to be respected if you want peace, prosperity, and divinely atmosphere in the society. So Priya ji, being actually our law teacher, I will not name her today. So she used to teach us family law. And she used to say, I'm teaching you family law. If you apply family law in your home, you will not have family. So that is what Seema ji also stressed, that law as a matter of fact can only support us, but that cannot create a society which is, a society to live. So Priya ji, I would like to have your comment on this. You are a teacher, law teacher, and you can fix the mandate.
Yes, sir. It is very true what you said, that legal awareness is one thing, but if you start applying all those laws at home, and if there is any small dispute which occurs between the husband and the wife all of a sudden gets angry and goes for filing a complaint against the husband or FIR regarding section 498A in IPC or for domestic violence, then there is no coming back. That is what I think. And so we should handle the situation, the marital issues should be handled very politely, with patience and with understanding and maturity, because this happens in each and every house. It is not something rare which is happening in one house. So nowadays that girls are being more educated, more aware about their rights. They are also misusing it, and they don't understand that it will cause bad repercussions on them also. Because if they go in for filing a FIR against their husband, then it's like the consequences will be the in-laws and the husband will not allow her to come back to the house. So before taking such a major step, and before utilizing whatever rights or education, whatever she has to consult the family counselors or the legal practitioners, because there are different aspects associated. If you have a child with you, then it is correct that you'll be getting maintenance, but the economy, the social stigma which will be attached, because if a divorcee lady, it is very difficult for her to survive in a place, and like if she's working in a place, then all the male counterparts will keep taunting her and will keep asking about the past situation, and all the defamation will come to her only, because this is male dominated society, and everybody will point out mistakes in the lady itself. So there are different aspects which the female should be aware about it, and she should calmly and patiently and very coolly, with a cool mind, she should try to understand the situation, because every time life is not bed of roses. You have to struggle it out, and you have to make way among these struggles. If you keep crying over the situation, then you cannot move ahead. Every female has to struggle in her life, and then only she came up with such laurels and awards. So it is not you are the only one who is getting problems. So the mothers also should train their daughters in a way, and the friends also should help them, that rather going for a legal recourse, you should try and understand and solve the matters in the family itself. And then if there is a situation in which you cannot handle, when it is very difficult, it's out of control, then you should go in for a legal battle. And if it is very not possible for reconciliation, then I would advise that you should go in for a legal battle and fight for your case. Yes, sir.
The only line which I would like to add is, if it becomes inevitable, then only you should start the legal battle. And of course, as you rightly said, that life is not bed of roses. You have to really struggle, and we have seen during this era, a woman is no less. Both husband and wife are leading the family, and that is what I feel. And thank you very much from my side, Priya. I would like Tanmay to formally thank Dr. Priya Rao, and then we will proceed for the next session. I think Anjali Sharma is going to lead that. Thank you, Dr. Priya Rao. So kind of you, and all the best for the next session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Tanmay, now I would request Anjali to take charge for the next session.
Yes.
Tanmay was supposed to say thanks to her. Now, Anjali, I would like you.
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon to one and all present here. As G.D. Anderson once said, feminism isn't about making women stronger. Women are already strong. It's about changing the way the world perceives that strength. A very happy Women's Day to everyone present here. So, is our guest of honor present over here?
Yeah.
Pragyan Bhen, ma'am.
Yeah, she's there.
She's there. Okay.
How are you, ma'am? Please unmute yourself.
And please unmute.
Yes.
Yeah, now it's okay.
So, ma'am, with immense pleasure, we invite our guest of honor, Ms. Pragya Bhen Bansal Kansara. Ma'am is presently working as an assistant professor, PG Department of Law, Sardar Patel University, Vidyanagar. She has been in the teaching field from last 9 years and has presented more than 15 research papers in national, international seminars and conferences. Her research papers have also been published with ISBN, and she also prepared course and materials for a course in Baba Saheb Ambedkar Open University, Gujarat, Ahmedabad. We welcome you, ma'am. And please present your views on general human rights of women.
Before which, I would like to welcome you, ma'am, And
Thank you,
I know
sir.
you've been doing a wonderful work there in that part of the country, Gujarat, from where you hail. You have done, I know, saying it is very easy to say she has published 50 papers. It really needs a hell lot of effort. Thank you
sir.
very
Thank
much.
you.
And I also want to thank you. This is an opportunity for me that you have been always a part of our mission of spreading legal awareness. And I know, and I request you to continue spreading the good work which you are doing, continue to help us, we are always there with all our, tan man dhan se hum aapke saath hain. Please be there with us, so I will not take much of time. You please have first, and then thereafter we have Honorable Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra ji, who will take charge.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to one and all present in this meeting. Advocate Sanjay K Chadha, sir, Malhotra, sir, and all the dignitaries, they are joined in this meeting. So today I will discuss on the human rights of women. So if we speak about human rights, it is applicable each and every person equally. So we can take from right to breath, right to water, if we see right to food. Okay, so the basic rights as well as all the rights, if you think in mind of specific right, there is a human right on that. That I have heard from the chairperson of Gujarat State Human Rights Commission, Justice R.R. Tripathi. He has in a workshop rightly said that if you think of a right, you have just to think that for something there should be a human right. You will find a human right on that topic. So I would like to give his example that on a specific day there was a muddy road that from where a police inspector was passing from his residence to his police station. He found a 6-inch mud on the road. He was unable to pass from that road properly. So he filed a complaint to Gujarat State Human Rights Commission, and the RCC road was made. So this is the normal example for human rights that we can see. So if we see for the female that the women in each and every part of the life, as well as in each and every role she is playing, there is a human right. Since she is in the womb, to she is working, she is at her workplace, she is at her house, whatever it may be the place, she is protected. But the problem the females, the women are facing is psychologically. Sometimes it may be the social problem, sometimes she has insecurity, or many problems which are not legal problem. They are other problem like sociologically, psychologically, or sometimes it may be the workplace or job insecurity. Such type of problem she is facing. So where the females are protected, we can see here, since in the Constitution of India, Article 14, Article 21, and at Article 15, Article 16, there are ample of rights for the women. Even in the fundamental duties, the female is protected, and it is her under Article 51 AE, female is protected and the world or the nation should renounce practices derogatory to the dignity of women. Okay, apart from this, the special provision should be made for the female and children that has been also provided in Article 15, Clause 3. Okay, so these are the provision which has been already there in the Constitution of India. Apart from this, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, although it is not enforceable, but it is a basis for the rights, that is civil and political rights, as well as socio-economic and cultural rights of 1966. Both the Convention on Civil and Political Rights, as well as Economic, Social and Cultural Rights Convention of 1966, which is equally applicable to male and female. But there is a specific convention, that is CEDAW, Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, that is of 1979, which came into force in 1981, which provides specific rights to women. And we all know that there is a case of Vishakha versus State of Rajasthan, that there was absence of law in sexual harassment at workplace of women. So though there was no statute, the Supreme Court took the provision from the CEDAW, the specific convention. After considering that convention, the Supreme Court had noted that, and the guideline from the CEDAW, the guidelines for the sexual harassment of women at workplace were given, and that work since I don't remember the proper 1976, I think, or not 1976, but 1979 or something. From since that specific year till 2013, the guideline works as an act. Okay, so the act came into force in 2013, but the guideline was followed. So generally, if we speak about the international law, it is not directly implemented, but here the Supreme Court took the note of the CEDAW, and after considering the CEDAW, the Supreme Court had given judgment. Okay, and that was considered as a rule as per Article 141, 142, and 143 of the Indian Constitution. So let us see certain provisions of the CEDAW that it provides in Article 1, that provides all forms of discrimination against women that may be of political, economical, social, cultural, civil, or any other field, that shall be stopped by the state. So the government shall be in constant endeavor to stop such type of discrimination. And we can see in the society that these type of discriminations are not there, and the state has started eliminating that type of discrimination. And even in the present election in Gujarat, in the local government, we have seen that female have maximum participation, and they have also won also. So the females have come out from the old stereotyping, and they have contributed themselves, we can see. And the other right that has been given, that the freedom in relation to career advancement, as well as the profession she wishes to choose. This is very, very important, because in even the educated females sometimes considering others' point of view in relation to choosing the career. And after joining the career, they will not adapt themselves. Okay, so this right has been given from the International Convention itself. So the female should keep in mind that there will be struggle in the beginning and maybe contravention with the family members as well as with the society in the beginning, but she will adopt with the career she wishes to choose, and she will enjoy working there, even though there will be struggle at the workplace regarding so many things, doesn't matter. But as she has chosen the career herself, as the convention has given right to her, okay, so she should not come into the influence of the society. Okay, so that shall be considered by the females. Apart from this, the state parties shall take measures in relation to modify the social and cultural patterns of conduct of men and women. This is very much important, that in relation to achieving the elimination of and prejudice, the customary and all other practices. See, here the state, which is a party to the CEDAW, India is also party to the CEDAW, shall always make an endeavor to make sure that the female should be given ahead, and they will also given participation in so many things so far as they are contributing their work. So the cultural patterns, like at particular place, man will only work. So here, this time we have seen also that at many places, female have been participating, as well as they are contributing their best, even in army as well as at navy, as they are also appointed. Further, the states parties to the CEDAW shall eliminate the discrimination against the women in public life of the country. Okay, apart from this, the right to vote, where that is enjoyed by everyone, right to participate in the formulation of the government policy and implementation of the policy, as well as public office and platform of public functions at all levels of government. To participate in NGOs also, various associations, public and political life of the country. So this specific provision that provide in Article 7 of the CEDAW, that is applicable to the educated women. But so far as the other female who are illiterate, who are poor, they are not educated, they don't know about how to do all these things. So how to reach them? That is an big question. So I would request in this regard, Mr. Chadha, to share the awareness among them also. Because I have seen you, sir, since lockdown, 6 months we are listening to your session. We have got a lot of knowledge from your platform, online platform. Okay, so I would also request you, sir, to reach your knowledge and your efficiency to those people who are not getting legal awareness. Yes, sir.
Most certainly. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for taking out time and giving us.
Thank you, sir.
Valuable.
Okay, is my.
So I would request Anjali to call Honorable Shri Dr. Vipin K. Malhotra.
Sure, sir. And thank you so much, ma'am. It has been a pleasure, and like I really feel obliged that you created so much awareness about the legal awareness about the women's right, and there are so many women who are not aware about their rights. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And moving forward, we have Professor Vipin K. Malhotra. Sir teaches political science and is law teacher in charge of Department of Political Science. So is also an associate professor of Sri Aurobindo College, Delhi University. So pursued BA Honours Political Science, Masters, MPhil, Bachelors of Law, Masters in Law and PhD from Delhi University. And he contributed to various articles on law and politics in national and international journals. We welcome you, sir, and please present your views on Hindu matrimonial law changing legal paradigms.
I am really thankful to the whole team especially our team leader, Advocate Sanjay Chadha ji, all the dignitaries present here, Dr. Priya Rao ji, Dr. Pragya ji, and others who may not be on the Zoom platform but are listening to us on this YouTube channel. You know, since morning I have been listening to the whole discourse, and at the outset I made it clear that 8th March is not a day to be celebrated like a Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, or Father's Day. 8th March has to be understood in terms of the kind of struggles which our women friends have undertaken to liberate them from the shackles of existing customs, practices, laws, etc., etc. And now the time has come where the society has to contemplate at large that what kind of social atmosphere it wants to create for itself. You know, as far as the legal paradigm of matrimonial laws of Hindu family system is concerned, even I will focus on mainly Hindu family system. Even there are other legal systems that if you see at the outset, at one of the speaker highlighted in Greek way than Vedic tradition, how women used to enjoy the equality and how the society was a platform for respect for each other, and how now it has become a battleground for everybody, be it country to country, be it man to man, be it intergender. And if you see the larger legal paradigm of matrimonial laws is concerned, it speaks of the lawyer's paradise, that most of the cases which come before the courts now, around 85 to more than 90% cases, are gender-related cases, cases related to divorce, rape, sexual harassment, property dispute, etc., etc. So we wanted to change the society through a larger legal paraphernalia. But if we see the number of cases which are pending before the court for years, it seems that we have not been able to get the desired success. You know, Islam used to be a very progressive society before 1400 years ago, when it enunciated the various types of matrimonial arrangements for men and women. And it was most modern arrangement at that time. Marriage was considered to be a contract. But somehow it also could not change its laws with the passage of time. And now they are considered to be most dogmatic. As far as the Hindu matrimony is concerned, if you know, before 1955 Hindu Succession Act, Hindu Marriage Act, you know, the women had a very limited space as far as the legal rights are concerned. They did not have the right to divorce. They did not have the right to sue his husband against bigamy, against adultery. So they did not have even right to succession. Very limited rights they had. It is not that only in India. You will be surprised to know that when Indian Constitution was promulgated, most of the countries did not provide right to vote to women. Even the mother countries, mother democratic countries, did not provide right to women. So now, you know, in the second half of 20th century, a silent revolution took place. It was a silent revolution. It is not that men have become very humane, men have become nice, or women have become very aggressive. It is because of technological intervention, you know, the women have now got their space back, which was there, which was available to women in the ancient times. The dark Middle Ages, I will not talk about that. And you know, technology has immensely empowered women. Technology is contributing a lot for the emancipation of women. Firstly and foremostly, you know, the contraceptives have liberated women. Women was considered to be a machine of procreation. And the whole of the burden which we talk about the glorification of our family system. The whole of the burden was actually on women. She shared most of the burden of the society. But after this contraceptives were enunciated, they were discovered, now women have the choice whether to procreate or not. So this shows that that was a myth, that cognitively, spiritually, or emotionally, or even I would say physically also, women are inferior to men. They are nowhere inferior to men. You know, physically, if you see the survival rate, less than 5 years children, the males are perishing more than the female child. So, you know, this shows that nature has made her very powerful. Nature has given her the ample survival rate only because she chose to have the burden of family. She was enslaved by men, and this matrimonial arrangement, which has been contemplated even in modern times, I don't see that it is very progressive, and many social scientists will agree with me that choice to marry has to be a very personal affair, and marriage is not the ultimate end. Family is also not the ultimate end. Yes, family is very important for the society, and I agree with the people who say that if you have to destroy a society, if you have to destroy a country, you destroy the family system there. That is true. But the family burden has not to be taken by women only. Now time has come where, the social scientists have to come together. And even I see lots of, dogmatic views in the Supreme Court judgments also, when they say that RCR, Section 9 of the Hindu Marriage Act, it was decided that it is not against the, it is not violative of Article 21 of the Indian Constitution. If a man seeks restitution of conjugal rights, that is his right, and the woman has to come to his house and live with him against her wishes. So these kinds of things are there. And even laws over the years have further divided the family system. Men are committing more and more suicides. If you see in the matrimonial disputes, men are committing suicide. That is also true. And these things provoke us that what kind of society we want, what kind of family system we want. Now a new system has been contemplated by youngsters, that why to engage oneself in whole cumbersome legal process. Let us go for live-in relationship. Even that has also not helped, and most of the live-in relationship have resulted in murder, suicides, rapes, etc., etc. So these things on this Women's Day, that was it merely a burden of women, that family was dependent on her only, or it was something else, has raised this pertinent question. And now if you see, as Chadha just pointed out, that it is not that women are not currently making their presence in the judiciary, but in other spheres also. 70-75% judges in the lower judiciary are women. 85% in Delhi University professors are women. School teachers are women. Now they are growing in police system, in military, in private corporate sector, film industry, everywhere their presence is felt. So time is not far off, just like I would say earlier, the contraceptives have liberated them from the choking family system. Now camera has liberated them from crime. Every man now is feared to have sexual advantages against women because camera is present. So, you could see that this kind of system in time to come, where technology has come to their rescue. If you see in military also, most of the warfare take place at cyberspace. When you have to launch a missile or anything else, you have to operate through computer, which any woman can do. This is at high time when, we have to see that how the technology in next 20 years changes the family system. And our teachers from legal fraternity have in this session well contemplated on this issue. And the concept of Ardhanareshwar, which is embedded in Indian tradition, has been well, talked about. That it is not only, you have to talk about the physical existence. It is not only you have to talk about the cognitive faculty. It is not only you have to talk about the social intelligence. It is not that you have to talk about the only emotional intelligence. You have to see the overall perspective. If we see we are getting modernized, that is true, but we have to get civilized also. We have to live like a human being, and matrimonial laws have to be contemplated in a very serious fashion. And it is time and again stressed in this seminar today that laws have very limited role to play. It is the change of mindset. It is the change of your social attitude, which is required. And whether this monogamy is acceptable or whether we should go for a Scandinavian model where laws are restricted to very criminal aspect of family system, that only laws will interfere in the family system when there is crime in the family system. Day-to-day basis, the law will not have any say in the family system. So, the Hindus have progressed so much, in fact, more than any other religions. Be it Islam, be it Christianity, be it Parsi system. The Hindus have come a long way where they have, accepted the notion of equality, at least legally. But somehow, if we go backward, the dowries laws have not been able to prevent dowry. If you see the recent incidents of Aisha, it is not, dowry laws have not only plagued the Hindu society, even those matrimonial systems where dowry was not accepted, even, those societies also are taking dowry. Dowry system was not there in Christianity. Dowry system was not there in Islam. But even they were so much so influenced by this curse of Hindu society, this melody of Hindu society, that they also started taking dowry. If you go to any Muslim marriage, any Christian marriage, they display the items which are to be given in dowry to a female at the time of marriage. Whereas in the Islam, it was said that the mahr has to be decided at the time of marriage. And in fact, dowry was supposed to be paid by men to women, not to men. But, this curse of Hindu society has even changed the matrimonial customs and practice of Islam. So this shows that whatsoever legally you contemplate, whatever legally you decide, law can only help you when you change your mind. If you do not change your mind, howsoever strict laws you legislate, you will not be able to get justice. So the mindset has to be changed at law levels. And women, it is not that women are not party to matrimonial violence. They are also party to matrimonial violence. Their attitude is very different towards their daughter-in-law. Their attitude towards is very different towards their sister-in-laws. Their attitude is very different to, their in-laws. So, they have one kind of attitude. Even women have one kind of attitude for their mother, father, but another kind of attitude for their mother-in-law and father-in-law. So, whether we want to continue with this arrangement or there is a possibility that this arrangement has to be changed. The various progressive decisions of the Supreme Court recently, wherein it's set aside the adultery laws, section 497 of IPC, wherein male had direct control over his wife. So that was set aside. That is one of the most progressive, that even within the marriage, the sex has not to be understood in terms of crimes. It is not a part of criminology. It is more of a consensus. It can be a ground for divorce, but not certainly it is a crime. So Sanjay Chadha has extensively spoken on this, and on various YouTube channels and TV channels I have heard it. I think he will enlighten on this issue further. And this shows that now sex is not so sacrosanct as it used to be understood. And matrimonial arrangement has to be understood in these terms. As you say that sex is very sacrosanct in matrimonial affairs, it should not be, because that was a way to, that was a way to enslave a woman. One day I had a seminar with American women, and I asked her that how do you perceive Indian society? But she was saying that women faculties have been subdued by the society. Man had been very crafty. Man has, conspired against women. He has turned all the faculties of women. He associated the positive attitudes of women with her character. If she shows her emotional advances, if she shows her over affection, if she is very lovable, she is always regarded as characterless. So he started how women could be put under four walls, because men was very much aware, especially in Hindu society, where we have the goddess of Durga, Lakshmi and Saraswati, that they are the embodiment of power, wealth and intelligence. So how you can put her in four walls? Just you can put her in four walls when you associate her, fine faculties with her character. If she displays her faculties, if she displays her love and affection for someone, it is associated with her character. So that is a very crafty thing. And she says that love is also a power. If woman shows her love for someone, it is also to be regarded as one of the mode of power, you know. And that is how this whole debate in the West became personal is political. That that was highlighted. That, you know, you always eulogized and machoized the men faculties, that he is very he is brave, he is physically powerful, he is very muscular, and he should be, you know, respected, he should be honored. But if a woman is very benign, she is, you know, very lovable, then you say that she is not of good character. She has to be very, you know, asexual. She has to be a-lovable. She has to be a-emotional. So, you know, these things are, and even in the IPC, the lawyers are sitting here, you know, what is culpable homicide, what is, you know, murder. There's a very thin difference between that what case can be put under culpable homicide or, you know, murder. If the provocation is grave and sudden, then it should be put under the category of culpable homicide. But if it is done cold-bloodedly and conspirately, then it has to be put under the category of murder. And since women are not physically as husky, as, you know, powerful, she has to think before taking revenge. She has to, you know, conspire for the things, because she cannot, she knows that physically she cannot, you know, physically she cannot, you know, match men in fighting or something like that. So that these things talks of the how we have contemplated the whole of our jurisprudence.
Yes, we have I have served on them.
Whole of the jurisprudence in the favor of men. Likewise, the matrimonial laws, most of the customs still are in favor of men. And it is high time. And that is why most of the women are also even stepping out of the matrimonial arrangement. They also prefer to live in the live-in relationship. If society does not contemplate a right path for the family system, how it has to be taken care, and family system is in fact a middle class contemplation, and middle class is always the midrib of any society. If you have to judge a society, you cannot judge a society from the top notch or the downtrodden. You can just judge a society how healthy the health society is. It is by evaluating the, you know, the middle class. And in Europe, America, now middle class has fast vanished. And even in the past time also, in the Greek society, in the Roman society, Plato used to think that the rulers, the ruling classes or the well-off classes should not marry. There was communism of wives. Even in Rome, when Valentine preached the society that they should have more and more matrimonial arrangement, we were put to jail. And that is why this Valentine Day is celebrated, that he wanted to have a matrimonial arrangement for women. And in India also, if you see that what kind of matrimonial arrangement was there with kings and upper north, they were mostly indulging in polygamy, or women were engaging in polyandry. So that was there. That was monogamy was rarely practiced in amongst the top class of the society. So, you know, this kind of history if we have about the family life, now with the advantage of technology, with the growing consciousness, we have to really think, and I wish Sanjay ji could organize a next webinar on the very family system only in the time to come, so that they could, the intellectuals could show a path to the society, that what kind of society we want, where not only women, but men folks also could live a very happy life. So these are the gestures which we express. Women are also uncomfortable with the current matrimonial arrangement. Even now, men folks have also started feeling uncomfortable in this social arrangement. So, you know, I may appear to be very revolutionary. I may appear to be very radical now, but truth is that we have to think in larger terms, as the prior speaker highlighted that Japan has come up with a Ministry of Loneliness. Suicide rate is very high in China, Japan, England, and most of the progressive countries. So it is not that only India has to think about it. The whole of the world has to think, because now it is not a country matter. It is a global matter. And women, as one writer used to say, that women are the last colony of a man, and that colony has gone now. No more women is a colony, and she is an independent human being, and no man can survive without women. She is very much integral to him, and even men are also very integral to women. So women also cannot survive, but you know, you have to have such arrangement where, you know, you have to think of the new legal paradigm wherein everybody could live a happy life. Denmark has been the first and foremost country in the happiness index. Scandinavian countries are very much there in the happiness index. So we have to do more research on the lifestyle of these countries, whether they are viable for India or not. They are not like Japan, England, or America. They are very much happy. And as you know, India is amongst the 120th country in the happiness index. And why it is 120th in the happiness index? It means that no one is happy with current family system, customs and practices. It is evident that most of the earning of your life you spent on your children's wedding. Most of the efforts you undertake in finding a right kind of spouse. Most of the effort you spend in saving your family life. It is not that woman immediately goes to police station or something like that. Most of the women, in fact, do not want to go to the police station. And they're well aware of the nature of police because it's also a male-dominated system. Police system is male-dominated. And she is aware that this judiciary is also male-dominated. It is not that women judges are not there now, as he said, but their mindset is also sort of male-dominated mindset. So these things are there, and it was one of the best conference which I have attended in the recent times, and the kind of views which had been put forward. I think in time to come, they will be the real, path-breaking thought process. And Honorable Justice Iqbal Ansari also had deliberated on this issue in a very considerate manner. His thoughts were really, eye-opening that what kind of criminal system we have, because he was an insider and he could tell you the truth that what kind of cases come before him and how they are tackled. I once again salute the whole team, especially our leader, who's the champion of women's rights, Advocate Sanjay K Chadha. He has resolved several matrimonial disputes, not in courts, but I have seen resolving him matrimonial disputes on his table. And most of the time, lawyers would like that the cases should go to court because then they will earn their fee. But even without taking the nominal fees, he has tried to patch up the matrimonial disputes in a very amicable and friendly manner. He creates such environment where he calls both the spouses and mediates between them, and both the spouse go happily to their home with resolving their disputes. And that is not something which I am exaggerating. And many lawyers in our fraternity would like that the cases should not be resolved. If a case has come, then this case should be continued for at least 5 to 10 years so that lawyers' fees should continuously be paid to that lawyer. So that thing lawyers have to now think of that on this issue particular, matrimonial disputes. They should have a waiving attitude. They should waive their fees and set aside their fee considerations. There may be other cases where they can have good fees, but in this case, I think in family matters, they should be more generous, more benign, and more noble while resolving the disputes and present a very beautiful paradigm for the society wherein a family life could exist with love, affection, and happiness. Because as I told you, and I stress again, if you have to destroy a country, if you have to destroy a society, just destroy their family life. That is sufficient. You need not to have any military army or any air force or navy force to destroy that society. Just destroy their family system. That society will automatically perish. So with this note, I end my thought process.
And your thought process always is great. Always on any topic. That is what is the beauty. You start talking about anything, Vipin ji will be there. anything, everything. And that too, the best is you will get information up till 1 hour back. I salute you, Vipinji. Really, you are a great academician of this country, our own political scientist, as I call you. And thank you very much for enlightening all of us. And thank you very much, Team Aurobindo College, my own Divyan, Katyani, Anjali, and rest of them has already gone. Entire day, all of you have given to this function. I'm so thankful to all of you. My own team, my own students, they have really done wonderful efforts. And this is the show, this is the program which is gone. The maximum participation is there. And I would like to thank each one of them also. And as far as our participants all across have done, they will be getting a certificate which will be released to them after the event. And one more announcement, that as desired, as stated by Honorable Shri Vipin K. Malhotra ji, 15th of March is a World Consumer Day. So we will also celebrate that. And I'm very happy to share with all of you that Honorable Justice Dr. Arijit Pasayat, Supreme Court Judge retired, Dr. D.P. Chaudhary, who is also Justice D.P. Chaudhary, sitting judge at the State Commission in Odisha. Both of them have given consent. Other than that, total 9 important dignitaries will be there with us. And I thank all of you from bottom of my heart. Of course, Vipinji, I have no words to say thanks to you. You've been always a great inspiration for all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anjali. I have taken your time. Now you say thanks finally, and we will say bye to each one of you. And your another guest is also there. Just thank her also. Thank you very much.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much, Vipin sir, for enlightening us and for your wise words of wisdom. And ma'am, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure for us for having you over here. And our president, Sanjay sir, who is one of the most renowned advocates. And thank you so much.
So grateful to everybody. And I would now leave, we will finish our meeting. Thank you to everyone once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So nice of you. And look forward to meet you on the same platform on the 15th. Yes. Another week.
All right. Thank you very much for all your efforts. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Sir, I
wonderful.
really enjoyed talking in your session. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be in your session. Thank you to BSK Legal. Thank you.
It is not my session. It is session of these students who have done it. I've done nothing.
All the students, students are also very much.
And all the participants, large number of students and lawyers, judicial people, teachers, they have participated. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank Manish, who has really helped us. Thank you. And I would now close the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You have